Hey, hey, how you doing? You know how I'm doing. I'm doing all right. Oh boy. Hey, look at the bar at the bottom. Trump. So like, let me pause this. I so I'm not one of the ones who have been like talk. You haven't heard me talking about this. You just haven't heard me talking about Trump being guilty, right? Like I haven't done it because I just or not being guilty, but being tried. I meant to say. I haven't done it because, I'm not like super invested, honestly. I'm not super invested in the whole thing. But uh I and it's just look, it was kind of endless, right? Like Trump is he had was it 94 indictments or something like that, right? Like a literally endless amount of these things. And like I don't want to go back and forth with the trial and like, oh, this thing happened. This person gave testimony. Ah, that's not my bag. I find it quite boring, right? I've always been like, oh, well, just like let me know what happens at the end. Now we know what happens. So that's fun, right? Let's oh my god, things. Let's put this up on screen. This is we're still going to be doing the all black everything tonight. But black people are always late, so don't worry about it. Like, so we got time. But let's put this up on screen. Hey, live updates. Donald Trump, um, guilty. Found guilty in all 34 counts in hush money trial. It's a momentous day, where where like a president for the first time has been convicted of something. A former president, yeah, former president being convicted of something. I really wouldn't want it to be this one, honestly. Like of the things that he is dealing with, this is literally the least of it. Like the least of it, the weakest of cases. But I mean, I'll take a win when I can get one. I mean, he did it. He definitely did it. He definitely did the thing that he was accused of. And you don't have to take my word for it because you see, if you look up there, oh, look up there, right? Let me center this at the bottom. Um, if you look up there, it says found guilty, right? So it's not me saying it. Like, why you listen to Prime? Prime is just some random motherfucker on the internet, right? Like, no, it's the jury that heard all the evidence and deliberated. They said he was found guilty. Oh, um, but not literal me. Yeah, not me. I wouldn't say it. I wouldn't say it. I only say it because a jury said it. I don't know. So it's a it's a hell of a day. I don't know, man. It's a hell of a day. To be around, be alive, and again, we're gonna be doing all black everything later. But as I predicted, none of the black people are around, so it's like it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Um, but yeah, it's a hell of a day. It's a momentous day. Um, it's a sad day. I mean, to a certain extent, right? Like, especially for me because, like, I, as you know, I have no problem holding the powerful to account, right? Like, it's weird that this is the thing that, like, that makes history. The first time a president gets found guilty of something, right? Presidents have done awful things. They've walked away from them, right? Like George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, no charges there. Hmm. Thank President Obama for that one, right? He's the one who said that we look forward, not backwards, right? We aren't going to look in the past. But the thing is, all crimes exist in the past. So when it comes to the powerful, no, there is no accountability. At least there was none until today. But again, like this is a thing because of his mistress. It's just so weak. It's weak. It's weak. It's weak. I don't like it. Right. Um, who else should be going on trial? Right. Would be President Biden should be on trial for supporting genocide. Right. At least I think so. For supporting genocide. Narita says he wasn't the president when he committed those crimes. Um, yeah, I agree. Like, Trump wasn't even president when he committed the crimes that he was, um, that he's being tried for or found guilty for. You know, like, so even then, it's like we haven't even convicted a person of authority for doing something, while they were in authority. Right? Like, we need. Like, there's so many other things. Like, the uh, case with the confidential files, the secret files, right? That should be what he goes down for. Luckily with Trump, he installed a judge, Eileen Cannon, down in Florida, who is on his side clearly, slow walking the case. Slow walking the case that should have begun by now. Um, so if he manages to become president after this, because that's still that, he can still dismiss that case. But yeah, she's slow walking that case. But that's much more serious, right? Those confidential documents taken out of the White House, and not. I mean, to be clear, if you had done that, if you any of you watching had done that, you'd be in jail, right? Like they would have done that immediately. Like the SWAT team is coming down on you, and you're being led away in cuffs, and that's the end of it. But he's a person of power, so we don't do that. Okay, right? So what we do, we ask him nicely, "Hey, could you return the files? We know you got them," and he says, "Oh yeah, but no, but no." Um, and then they ask him again, and then he doesn't. And then like, all right, we're gonna come get him. And we're gonna let you know when they're coming, so that you're not around. You don't have to be around when that happens. And so they come. I take the files. And it turns out he tried to hide them. And then later on, like just recently, we found out there was even more files. Like we knew he didn't get them all, right? But there were more files in his bedroom. Like these confidential files, secret files, top secret files were in like some like garage type area, if I remember correctly. They were also at one point in the bathroom, all unsecure places. Unsecure places in Mar-a-Lago, that he had these files. And for what purpose? What purpose did he have these files? And he wouldn't give them back, right? Now they'll bring up President Biden on this, and we'll say he had those files as well. Well, President Biden's a criminal. He's a criminal. And he should be brought up on criminal charges, but not on this particular thing, right? Because he just like, once they found files in his place, he was like, "Oh shit, we got files. All right, I'm going to order an audit, right? Like I'm going to have like a legal team of lawyers go through and see if there's anything else in my residence, and I'm going to give them back, right?" And he did that immediately. Mike Pence, right? Donald Trump's vice president, former vice president. He also did the exact same thing. Oh crap! I have files. Excuse me, right? And like the fact that a person like them who regularly has access to files has them in their home is not a concern for me, right? And Donald Trump just had them in boxes and boxes and boxes. He took them when it was, but the very fact that he had them in his home alone isn't actually a problem. It's the fact that when he took them afterwards, I mean, didn't have the right to all these files any which way, right? But he just kind of just took them afterwards. Like on his way out the door, he just took these endless boxes of confidential files. That's a problem. But then he didn't give them back. It's like, okay, well, you got these files, but hand them back. He didn't hand them back. So yes, like to my MAGA leaning friends out there, I would agree. President Obama, thoughts about him too. But anyway, President Biden is a criminal, an absolute criminal who should be in jail, just not for this, right? But Donald Trump, he was found guilty, not of that yet, right? But like again, that child's being slow walked. So if he wins office, which he can do, still run for office for that. He's been found guilty. He can still run for office. Does that, right? He can just dismiss all the federal cases. This is a state case. This is a state case. The hush money case. Can't get rid of that one. So we can call Donald Trump criminal, right? It's not me. It's not me saying it. It's not me. It's not me. It's the justice system. I didn't say it, right? The justice system that apparently was fair before, when it was convicting when it was convicting black people, right, for anything really, whether they did or not, that was always fine, right? No matter what came out. When it was the justice system that was letting off cops for awful behavior, fine then. But now, I guess it's unfair. But I'm interested into seeing like the I'm interested in what's going to happen in the next few days because I'm actually not sure. We're going into new territory, yeah. And we don't know. We don't know how the public will react. We don't know how they'll feel about the case when right this moment, right? So we have to like judge how people feel right this moment, but also in the future. Because people are gonna have like immediate reactions to this. But like we need to like give it a week, give it a month, and see like how people are intaking this. Because there's a lot of polls saying that Trump supporters would not support a certain amount of them would not support Donald Trump if he was convicted of a felony. He's been convicted of 30 that right there, right above my head, right there, that's 34 felonies he's been convicted. But it's one thing to when it's like theoretical, you know, like, I don't know, man. When it's just an idea in your head, but it's another thing when it's actually happened. Right? Like so I don't know how our MAGA world will. Yeah, I mean I know how most of them react, but I don't know how all of them though. That'll be really interesting. Naritas, thanks for being here. Raven Ghost 5 says, let's drive into the city and heard the fantastic news. Hey, it's gonna be so divisive nationwide, says Naritas. Absolutely. Doesn't divide anymore. That's already been, in my opinion. Yeah, but guess what? I'm not sure how much it'll divide us because we've already been divided, right? Hello, erotic rabbit. Robotic, not rabbit. Okay, or robotic. Thanks for being here. Hey, nice to see you. Bam is here. Hey, so what's up? I'm going. It's going to get appealed until after the election. Yeah, I don't think any appeal. And I don't know. Well, we'll see. I don't know what to say about that. Like how fast it gets appealed. I mean, like first of all, we're going to have a sentencing. And my understanding is sentencing is on July 11th. And we're going to have a sentencing. So that'll be fun. But yeah, and will Donald Trump get jail time? Look, if I would say, look, like I didn't think he was gonna get convicted at all, right? Not that because I didn't think he did it, because I know he did it. He definitely did it, right? He 100% did it. But not that like we just don't hold powerful people to account. So I wasn't one of the ones thinking that, right? I also don't feel like he's gonna go to jail. I'm just say that now. Say it today. I want to be wrong about this. Please let me. But are they going to suspend his sentence? Like I'm not willing to say that this is going to happen yet. I don't know. Guilty on all accounts. Says Raven Ghost. Appealing. Nerida says appealing won't work. Then he's still guilty in the meantime. It can be removed from ballots. I don't know, but as far as I know, he can still run. Actually, we can try to look into that. Pam says, well, it had to be guilty in all counts. It was all or nothing. Is him paying Stormy Daniels, business funds, and kicking the books. He just did it 34 times. Yeah. The 34 is an interesting part of it. Yeah, but it's fun to say though. 34 felonies. XRO X Roxfix says he also tried to put it in the jury instructions that you can find that he had the right to take those files, which he clearly didn't. Oh yeah. You're talking about Eileen Cannon for the secret files. Indeed, yeah. Hello, Starlight. Hey, Trump is guilty pride. Damn right it is. Damn right it is. Razor Sharp Gaming. I'm scared of the judges. The call members will come after them. Yeah, I'm scared for the judge and jurors as well. I am uh I'm not hey Aiko, it says today is a Kopefe day too. The Kopefe day. Let's see. I had opened up a few other tabs here. But what's this? Oh, this is the wrong one. Okay. Can Trump still run for president after his hush money conviction? An historic moment that could have a major impact on this campaign for a second presidential term. A Manhattan jury Thursday convicted. Blah blah blah. Okay. Though the outcome of this campaign against President Joe Biden won't be known until voters is supposed in November, it's clear that he can continue on his path as GOP presidential nominee despite the conviction. The Constitution lays out a clear set of guidelines or rules for those seeking to be the next president, but the criteria outlined in Article 2, Section 1 are brief. A candidate must be a natural born citizen, largely taken to mean born in the U.S., which is interesting. Cenk Uygur kind of did some interesting work challenging this, but whatever. That's we can move past that. Be at least 35 years old and have lived in America for 14 years. There are no other qualifications than those in the Constitution. NBC News, NBC legal analyst Chuck Rosenberg said. There are just three. No part of the Constitution says people who have been convicted of crimes can't run for president. The 14th Amendment does include an instruction clause that prevents previous office holders who engage in insurrection from running for various office. But the U.S. Supreme Court ruling this year found that Congress is responsible for setting rules about how the clause can be enforced against candidates for federal office. Trump wasn't convicted of any insurrection charges Thursday. There doesn't seem to be much political will in a narrowly divided Congress to bar him from serving as president. Yeah, that's not going to happen. So yeah, as I thought, he can still run. At this point, Rosenberg said the only way Trump could be barred from running for another term would be if Congress and the states passed a constitutional amendment or if Congress impeached and convicted him. Not happening. However, Trump won't be the first convict turned presidential candidate. In 1920, Eugene Debs, was the official presidential nominee of the Socialist Party of America. He campaigned for president in Atlanta after he was found guilty of sedition. But Debs wasn't a serious contender to win the presidency. He won just 3% of the popular vote and no electoral votes. Trump, on the other hand, could very well win the election this fall and set up an unprecedented situation. Depending on the sentence he receives in July, he faces up to 4 years in prison. Up to 4. He could be on the hook for a sentence during his presidency. That would raise a whole slew of complications. Yes, it would. Can the state of New York enforce a sentence against the sitting president? Rosenberg asks. It's a really, really hard question. Yeah, really hard question. Oh man. But okay, I want to say something though. Something else. I'm saying lots of things, of course. But I want to say something. I honestly think, and I think for now, okay, maybe my mind might change on this, but I think, at least for now, that it shouldn't be the case that if you're convicted of a felony that you can't run for president, other than like insurrection, like you actually betrayed the country, that's a different thing. But for most of the things, even homicide, right? I think you should still be able to run for office. The reason why I'm saying this, right, is because I look to other countries. I look to other countries like the ones um, in sub-Saharan Africa, right? I've seen this a few times in a few places. Not even sub-Saharan African, actually. In Russia, I've seen it in all over the world, really. I'm not just pointing singling them out, but this is what's used by political enemies, right? They'll come up with quote unquote trumped up charges, use the expression, but they'll come up with those charges and they'll say that, well, this person's been found guilty of these charges, and so they're ineligible for running, and so that's the end of it. That's how I get rid of my opponents. It's just saying that they committed this crime. Now they're ineligible. Putin did that to what's his face, uh, the tall white guy, Russian. I forget what his. Anyway, and he put him in a prison camp, and then he died there mysteriously. But yeah, like they'll just invalidate you from running. Yeah, you'll see this all around the world, all around the world. That incentivizes them to come up with something, right? Um, that your political allies who happen to be the judicial system can get rid of your opponent. So I'm not for that unless you're convicted of some sort of like insurrection or sedition. Well, maybe sedition. Oh, maybe I don't know. It depends on sedition. I hold judgment on sedition. Um, can't pardon this guy if the unrest. It's true. Bam says the Secret Service would never allow a president to be arrested or imprisoned. I don't know if the Secret Service has a choice. Bam. I hear you. Um, but I don't know if the Secret Service has a choice. I mean, unless the Secret Service wants to get into a standoff with, like, that's like a standoff with the New York, um, uh, state troopers. I guess I don't know whichever body would have to commit. I don't think the Secret Service has a choice in the matter, right? We don't have to worry about the military in this case because the military, he's not at this point in time, he's not president. So we can't command the military to just like keep him out. That would be another fuck. Wouldn't that be interesting if he got elected and then next January he said he told the military to like protect him from New York State authorities. That would be a fast. Like there's so many like there's so many constitutional crises that we might run into. So many constitutional crises that we might run into. I don't know, man. I don't know. Secret Service works for the current president. Um, uh, Secret Service works for the current president. I'm thinking when President Obama was first running for office, right? Do you remember then? He got Secret Service protection way before, like way earlier than candidates usually get protection. Do you guys remember that? Um, he like that was a choice made, and I don't remember who made that decision. Whether it was the Secret Service themselves, right? Or was the or was that Bush? I'm sure like Bush's approval like went into that. Um, but but like that was an extraordinary situation, and the Secret Service was deployed far before. Like he wasn't I don't think he was a nominee yet. It was just like, yeah, he wasn't the nominee at all. Because once you're the nominee, you're definitely going to get Secret Service protection. But before then, like when he became a serious candidate, right? When I think he had won a few states, if I'm remembering correctly, and I might not be a long time ago. But he won a few states, and now like people are looking at him like, oh, this could actually happen now. First black president, and then the Secret Service was deployed. So I actually don't know what the Secret Service will do with the situation, right? I'm not talking as if I absolutely know. I because I don't know. I don't think anyone truly knows the situation. But if they do work for the current president, then I guess we don't have anything to worry about there, right? Like he won't order the Secret Service um uh, to protect them. No, of course not, right? Corey Campbell celebrating up here in Canada. Hey, Corey. Our Canadian friends are celebrating as well. Well, of course they are. I remember thinking of Obama, right? Do you remember when President Obama did his farewell tour? He went to at the end of his second term, he went to Canada. He spoke at their parliament, the Canadian, I guess, National Parliament, and like they gave him a standing ovation, saying 4 more years, 4 more years, in the Parliament. Wick TV, thank you for the kind raid. I hope everyone's doing well. Shout out to everyone. We are talking about the big news of Donald Trump being convicted. I'm sure Wick was discussing as well. Yeah, but hope you're all doing well. And anyone here who's hit the follow button, and that's so yeah, hit that follow button right this second. If you're enjoying it, Canada would have voted for Obama if they could. They absolutely would have. They absolutely would have voted Obama. They love their neoliberals on there. I'm not a huge fan. I'm just, but whatever. Okay. Among the last 4 presidents, I would say he's the best of the last 4. I mean, he didn't sponsor a genocide. Hey, sociologic. Hey, celebrating good times. Come on. They are guided, but statutory law must be forced by the president at the time. Bam says even when Trump took his mugshot in Georgia, the Secret Service refused when state officials went to cuff him, and when they tried to make him stand in front of the white background. Yeah, I hear you. There that I don't remember that happening, but I believe you when you say it happened. The Secret Service doesn't listen to state laws. Yeah, I look, bam. Again, I'm not saying that like I know exactly what's gonna happen, but look, I want to see the Secret Service and a standoff of New York State authorities, right? He if Donald Trump, let's say he's sent to prison, right, for like a month or whatever, right? Like, I would see him going to prison for like a month, right? Like I honestly can't see him in jail any longer. Is the Secret Service going to be in a standoff with the New York State authorities? I don't. I want to see it happen. I would. I'd probably be eating popcorn while it happened. But I don't know. I mean, fuck. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say there. Not sure they can legally do that. He is not the sitting president. Yeah, he isn't the sitting president. And actually that so bam, like the more I think about it, right? And that means if that's the case, then it really then if the that can't be that can't be true. Right? It can't be true. Hey Azzy. That can't be true. Because that means if a president, right, committed ex-president committed homicide, right? Was like one out on the street, right? On Fifth Avenue, maybe. Right? Just maybe. It was on Fifth Avenue. Like took guns off of the Secret Service themselves, right? Like stole their weapons and started shooting in to the crowd, right? Murdering people. Well, then he that president would be convicted of a felony, right? You'd be convicted of felony. Let's say, okay, let's just say, he is convicted of, oh my God, this is messing with my timing, 34 felonies, right? Let's say he killed 34 people. I can't even highlight this. Oh my God. Push this page. There we go. 34 felonies, right? He kills 34 people. He's convicted of 34 felonies. And then in that state, right? Like the state of New York. And then the Secret Service says, "Oh, you can't arrest him." See, when you put it that way, do you think the Secret Service can actually would actually stop state officials? It's one thing to say it was a mugshot, right? When he's not guilty of anything, right? Not putting the cuffs on him. I know that raises an interesting question when that happens. I hear you there. But like, imagine Imagine if that those 34 felonies were homicides, right? Now, obviously, Trump has never done that, right? But if that was the case, or for any other president, if it was Obama, right, who did that, are the Secret Service keeping that also failed the public from not protecting them from the ex president, whatever. But could they say no? Right? We're heading towards a constitutional crisis. That's what's happening. Right? We're heading towards a constitutional crisis. And no one knows the answer. No one knows exactly what's going to happen. We can all make guesses, but we've never experienced this before. So yeah, I want to hear what you guys think about that, right? Like, if the president, is found guilty of a homicide, like, would the Secret Service get in the way? Could they get in the way? They cannot. They follow federal law, but they don't care about your city's rules on jaywalking. Um, Fair enough, but yeah, like, I don't know, man. Falsifying business documents after 10 years of appeals, of course. Secret Service aren't even going to go against a cross-walk guard. Trump, hello, Tilly. Thanks for being here. Secret Service aren't even. Oh, it says Trump can't pardon state convictions. We know that. Yeah, yeah. But that's not the question here now, Tilly. I mean, we talked about it previously. But that's not the question here. The question is, can the Secret Service stop state officials from enforcing a lawful warrant? Can they keep him out of jail, like, for protecting the president? Could they do that? I I mean, they could, in that, like, they can have a standoff in a shootout with the New York State authorities. Could do a shootout. I don't know if they're gonna do that, because also, also they could be arrested. Like, I can imagine, like, oh my god, like, imagine a scenario where the New York State police, like, get in the way of them executing the warrant, and then the New York State police have now broken the law. Like, them as individual citizens of the United States have broken the law, and so the New York State officials, like, execute a warrant against, or execute an arrest against them, against the individual, because the Secret Service, like, I mean, I guess they might have a detaining power, arresting power, right? But, like, they don't, like, uh like, I think, I mean, they're a different law enforcement agency in the first place. I'm not sure they even count as a law enforcement agency. I'm actually quite curious about that. But, like, you've done a crime, right? The New York State police can arrest you, and this crime is like helping a criminal. That would be Donald Trump, the criminal, right? Therefore, felony counts. Um, evade, evade detention, right? Evade arrest, and so I guess you could, like, then arrest the individual. I don't know. This is crazy. It's great. Hey, Mad Latin, all 34 counts. Let's go. Hey, thank you for resubbing for 29 months. Awfully kind of you. We would not be secure in solitary confinement. Well, would not be secure about solitary confinement in prison. So would only be concerned. Secret Service would only be concerned about prison being safe for Trump. We can make the prison safe for Trump, right? You could post Secret Service agents in the prison, right? We can do that if that's their mandate. Is that we have to keep? That's a good point. If that's a mandate to keep him safe, then we can keep him safe. Hell, we can even build an individual wing for him, right? An ultra VIP section for him if it's that serious. We can, like, put him in a penitentiary, like away from all the other prisoners. We could, like, make some sort of makeshift area for the president, right? Something that's more secure for them. You could do that, but he's got to go to jail. Trump has to go to jail. If, of course, he's sentenced to that, which we don't know. They might just give him his own wing. Yeah, I go exactly that. Yeah, they might just give him his own wing. If the Secret Service was so above the law, like, people fantasize about, wouldn't they have prevented him from being arrested and going to trial to begin with? Lol. They do what they are told. They won't put Trump in prison. It would be house arrest. Maybe. I don't know. Thank you for the 200 bits. Like always says, a wing with his own with its own McDonald's. Thanks for that. Hey, we're close to a hype train. Consider helping us out. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Support the channel. Bam says, but imagine some partisan cop tries to arrest Biden for loitering. Because it's technically a law. Hey, Midge, thank you for subbing to the channel. Midge, you just followed the channel 6 minutes ago, and now you're subbing to the channel with your Prime sub. Thank you for that. It's awfully kind of you. I don't know who you are, Midge, but thank you for being kind and supporting the community. Really kind of you. Thank you so much. Hey, well, anyway, we're 40% up a level 1 hype train. Help us get to level 2. Consider doing that. Sub to channel, give bits, give subs. You get ad-free viewing, right? Don't let ad get in the way of that sweet content. You get our emotes. We'll be keeping this channel around for a little while. If you got Amazon Prime Gaming, consider using that here. If you're on YouTube, consider using a super chat. I'll read out your comments. But I'm sorry, my face is like super itchy. I don't want why it's killing. It's like bothering me so. Sorry, guys. But yeah, 3 minutes on the just under 4 minutes on the clock helps out. Midge, long time viewer, just lurk a lot. Okay, cool. Long time viewer, but you weren't following? Did you unfollow? I'm not like harassing you over this. I'm just like I don't understand. Some people just don't follow, which is also very interesting. But it's fine. I appreciate having you here. A cop can do that, but then it has to go to court. At the end of the day, prosecutors don't want to go to court if they have a weak case. They don't like losing. Like, bam, I hear you. I understand that, like, the people in places of authority, like the rules aren't the same for them. I hear you. That's why the raid on Mar-a-Lago went the way it did. That's why that he wasn't just like straight up arrested immediately for not handing over the top secret files. I hear you. But oh, new account, Midge. Okay, fair enough. But if it's serious enough, I think it changes things, right? And look, when it becomes when politicians involved, when people of power are involved, right? It's everything's political, right? And this becomes a political calculations as well. Yes, if officer tried to arrest an ex-president for loitering, right? Yeah, I would expect the Secret Service to shut that shit down. For jaywalking, yes. For littering, yeah, I expect them to shut that down. Now he can still like give him a fine or whatever, right? And submit some sort of a case, but like then it would have to go to a prosecutor. Prosecutor like, fuck no, I'm not gonna do that. Right? It's just the way it is. Obama can he is immune from all tiny crimes, right? Misdemeanors especially, right? But he was he was indicted for a felony. Donald Trump. He was indicted for a felony, and then he went to trial for a felony, and he was convicted of a felony. So I think he's going to have to serve whatever consequences comes out of this. It's probably going to be very little, right? Don't hold your breath for it. Like I want the perp walk, I want the mugshot, right? I want all of that. And it again when we're talking about a person who's convicted of a felony, I wonder if the Secret Service can still interfere and keep that from happening. I don't know. I don't know what the Secret Service will do in that case. If they can still interfere that. This is going to be an exploratory moment for us all. But again, I wouldn't expect at least 2 years of appeals incoming. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, Toby, I hear you, right? Like, we're going to be appealing and appealing. But he can't get rid of it. There's not going to be a Republican governor in the next 2 years. He's just going to do what he says and get rid of them. Get rid of these charges for them. Right? It's just not going to happen. It's political suicide for any Democrat. They have no reason to get Trump out of this trouble, right? So one way or the other. And God, Toby, you opened up into something else though, right? Toby, that's another thing. What if they do appeal? What if they do appeal? Again. How about the hype train? I guess it's over. But thanks for the 3 people who supported. I do appreciate you. What if they appeal? And he loses appeals while he's in office, right? Like, let's say he wins in November, which he still can do. And they appeal to keep him out of prison, right? And they just like, and like, so he gets a sentence for a certain amount of months. They appeal, but he loses the appeals like 2 years in. Can the state of New York execute that warrant against the president? Can they do that? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Waterkai Prime giving us a breakdown. Appreciate you, fam. Shout out to you, Waterkai. Thank you as well. I'm sorry, my nose is so fucking itchy. I can't do anything about it. It's unbelievable. Like, driving me fucking crazy. Let's see if the black people are here yet. We got a few. Still waiting on others. Let me type this in. Okay. Just others. Then start. I'm typing in a group DM here. Okay. All right. So hopefully we'll get a few other people in. Madeline says, I hope that's exactly what happens. Want the fucker in jail and as president. That would be amazing. But I go back to what our friend Narita said earlier. Another person in the comments, another chatter said, like, he was convicted of something he did before he was president, right? Let's not forget that. He was a candidate at the time when the hush money situation happened. He has yet to be held account for anything he did as president. Not forget that. That's what I want. That's why I want the confidential file case to for him to be found guilty there, because he's guilty as sin. Oh my God, he's guilty as sin. Yeah, this is just like no other way. He's so guilty. He's so guilty. There, but then there's also the insurrection case, like the fake elector. Negro. Sorry, I gotta type something. Sorry. Uh, sorry, I just had to type something really quick. But he's guilty as in there. But also the Georgia case is a mess. Thank you, Fonnie Willis, for that. Complete total mess. But the fake elector case and the um oh, okay. So maybe we have and okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm typing stuff. We might be getting started soon. But yeah, so the other cases against him are ones that actually have to do with him being president while doing things while president, abusing his office. That's far more impactful. I'll say it again. It's far more impactful. I don't know. I really don't know. One of the other 3 cases pending against him, if those come back guilty, how that will affect his appeals. I don't know if it would. I, I don't know what it mattered. I would think they would all be independent of each other, right? They should be independent, right, of each other with his appeals. But I mean, I don't know. These were about campaign funds for the elected office. Yeah, true, but he wasn't. Oh, hold on. Campaign funds. Um, it doesn't. I'm not actually frozen. I'm not actually sure what you're referring to. If you elaborate on that one. Nope. Filling the Schadenfreude. You're just on the bench. Yeah. So we'll see. Okay. So it looks like we might get getting started now, and we'll see if the others get the others thoughts on what's happening. So we're going to go over. Thoughts of the black people. See what the black people think about this. Hello, hello, hello. Hello? Everyone? Oh, I mean, they're all deafened at this point, so that's great. But hopefully we can get them on. At pace here, but I'm not sure. Oh, the camera's not coming up for whatever reason. Oh, there it is. Hello. Okay. Pace, if you're talking, I can't hear you. All right, so trying to get everyone to they're all deafened. Okay. Okay. About all right, okay. Looks like they're coming. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me pace, but we can't. I see that. Hello?
Okay, continue. I'm trying to click over to the other
Hello?
screen and it decides to shut down.
Pace, now I can hear you. Pace, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I was trying to click over to my other screen and it just shut straight.
Okay, all right. Got people coming in. There's our friend DeAndre Pace.
All right, I was checking some things. Give me a minute.
All right, we got other people coming in.
Everybody was waiting on me pretty much.
As always.
Oh,
As
Kirk,
always.
you shut up.
I show up and then people are here. Wait, what is that music? I hear music.
I don't know.
That's Andre, I think.
Yeah, Andre, we can hear whatever music you got going on there.
Let me turn that off.
Andre, I wouldn't take you for that genre of music, bro. What's going on?
Well, that's one of the soundtracks to Baldur's Gate 3.
Give me a second.
Okay. I'm hearing a clicking sound. What's that clicking sound? The issue. Come on, don't be an amateur.
Oh wait, you're in. I thought you stopped using that thing.
I
really?
Never stop. What?
Oh my, well, you need to stop. That's what. You need to stop then. Like, why are we doing this, bro? Oh my God! Let me jump in. Yo, I need you to stop.
Okay.
Where's my volume mixer?
I hear some sort of clicking sound.
Do you hear me?
I think that might be from you, DeAndre. Like,
do y'all hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
The sound. Okay. I don't know what the.
I think that's DeAndre's thing.
Yeah, DeAndre. I don't know what that is.
What?
It sounds like a clicking, or I don't know, a constant. It's like I don't know what that is. Like maybe it's you clicking, maybe like a mouse. I don't know.
I was moving something with my mouse.
Yeah, we hear a noise for sure.
Yeah, we hear a noise.
And it could be my cat's bill.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a bell, but okay. Anyways, just hope if you can be patient, audience, while we get things set up here. Hopefully Gambit can figure out his camera.
Wait, why is? Oh, no, I'm here.
Right.
I just didn't start it. Stop.
But yeah. That's everyone.
Morphin time, motherfuckers. How y'all do?
Indeed.
I didn't realize we were entertaining celebrities today. We have Bob Marley and the Pink Power Ranger.
Pink
I
Power.
can't hear shit normally. I see how I'm doing this shit.
I don't know
Is
why.
he holding his headphone?
Yeah.
The headphones don't fit in this thing.
I don't. Okay. Well, have a good time.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. We have DQ, but DQ is still deafened, and she's not okay. I guess we'll start without her.
I just got this today, by the way.
Wow, I'm getting spam text from TrumpMaga.vip.
TrumpMaga.vip. But they
Yeah,
asking
some kind
for.
of. It says from Trump, all hell just broke loose. I was convicted in a rigged trial. I need you to read this now. And there's a link that I'm definitely not clicking, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold on,
I'm not. Okay, let's get started. Well, still got people waiting, or we're waiting on. But will Joe Lewis show up?
And
Probably
so
not.
have you decided what topic you were thinking
Well,
of today?
let's start with Donald Trump, obviously. Let's start with biggest news. Like the biggest headline in this year, this political headline this year. So, yeah, what are your thoughts on this? Donald Trump being convicted. Your top line thoughts on him being convicted of 34 felony counts.
Yay, hooray. They got Al Capone on the taxes, so of course they're gonna get him on Trump on his financial bullshit, but nothing's gonna happen because of weird fucking bullshit with the political system. And also because of this happening and Trump going to stir people into more of a fervor, his fervent cult members are going to go after judges and the jurors, and there will be death. I'm sure of it. There's going to be something in the news of one of the jurors and or the judges having their lives threatened in a serious way.
Well, threatened is different from death, right? I mean, they already got death threats, and of course, we're going to be death threats, one or the other. But
well, yeah, no, there's going to be full threats, and then there's a chance that there's going to be a juror that will die. I'm giving that prediction now.
So, I want to nail you down on this, right? Not a chance, right? Like a chance is a prediction. You're saying you're predicting that a juror will.
I'm predicting there's a juror who will either die or be near death because of an attack on their life.
All right, that's a prediction. There you go.
Hey, wait, wait. Are you willing to wager on such a prediction, or?
No, I don't I never wager on on anything I'm not fully certain of. This is just it is a prediction, but it's a guess prediction. I'm not going to wager on something I don't have full certainty.
How could you have full certainty?
Yeah, you ever have full certainty on
full certainty to within reason, I should say.
So you think you're a rational?
I don't gamble. I rarely gamble. When you see me play games, I always take the safest options because it's the most.
So you're saying it's safer to assume that everything you just said is false?
I mean, you can go ahead and think that.
No, I'm just trying to. No, I'm just trying to understand.
I'm not saying it's safe to like. Professor, are you saying like the quote unquote like guess / prediction I just gave with like the fact that the juror is going to get attacked?
Are you saying it's more likely that your guess is not going to come true than it is going to come true?
Based off of the statistics, well, not statistics. What am I saying that word for? My god damn it! Fuck God, my god, fuck.
Yeah, I was going to ask. I didn't know that we're like.
Sorry, my bad. Based off of history, based off of the history of the cult members of the MAGA movement being fucking nuts, there is a very strong chance that they will. do something, and I am thinking the worst is going to happen. That's
so you think it's more likely that a juror is going to be near death.
A juror or one of the judges will get attacked and have their life put in actual serious danger.
Are you saying that is more likely than not likely?
I would say that is probably more likely, but if not, and if I were to tone down my messaging on that,
no, I don't think
there would definitely be a news story that will come out very soon of a man arrested attempting to attack a judge.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you should tone yourself down. I'm just trying to understand how much confidence. The only reason I asked you to bet is because I'm trying to see, okay, would he be willing to bet something like this, or would he not be willing to bet? That just
no.
tells me how confident you are.
That's why I don't gamble. I hate taking taking like huge risks.
I go for 100 bets. Ask. I want a time frame on this juror death prediction. Right. So,
either somewhere before November, if not directly afterwards.
Yeah, but based off of what? I mean, sure, you make a lot of conjecture on this, but if you take a look at
take a look at every Trump
I
rally and every time
you to
people talk to Trump people,
I want you to base it off of actual actions. If you take a look at the actions of the two parties and their supporters, only one side has actually attacked.
Only one side has actually attacked the Capitol and put a gallows out.
One side set the Capitol, set Washington on fire and killed 70 people in one summer.
Wait, hold on. Wait, are you talking now? You're talking modern day. Hold on, no, stop. Are you talking modern?
What happened in 2020? They killed 70 people. And when Trump actually got elected in 2016, there were $500 million worth of damage from the left burning cities down across the country.
That's 70 people death thing. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, 70 people were killed and hundreds of people were injured in 2020 during summer 2020. Okay. And they they set the church across the street from the White House on fire. They jumped the fence.
You mean the church that you mean the church? When you say, do you mean the church that Trump threw tear gas at the protesters?
They deserve to have tear gas thrown. They set it on fire.
They didn't burn because they didn't know. I don't remember them burning anything.
Sorry, Pace. I'm a little lost as well. If you could help.
What I'm saying is, if you go back and you look at the history of the two sides and how they deal with political violence, the Democrats.
One side, once in
2016, hold on.
The country on fire. And the other side had January 6th, where the only person who died in that incident was one of them.
Hold on, wait. I have a question, Pace. How confident are you, and how much would you wager about 70 people dying due to the riots in that summer?
I'm very confident. I remember the stats. I might have highballed the number. I think it was over 20 people who were killed in 2020 as a result of that.
70? Bro,
but I'm pretty sure the number was closer to 70 because if I remember correctly, during the same time of
where was this?
Wait,
it was across the entire
0?
Yes, 70 across. And I remember correctly. During the same time period, they were counting the deaths that were happening in Chicago as a result of that too. Where in one weekend there were 70 homicides.
Okay, hold on. When you're saying this, give me where the fuck did this happen?
This happened over the entire country. You had people. There was a young girl, and I think it was Atlanta, and Georgia, who was killed because people were raging about some political nonsense, and they just randomly shot up that place. She was killed in the summer of 2020. You had Officer Dern, who was killed in Atlanta again in 2020. You had people in Chicago that were killed in 2020.
Hold on, wait. Hold on 1 second, Razor.
Sorry,
you're gonna let the people watching understand what's happening. So we have people on the left that think jurors are in imminent danger, and we have people on the right that think 70 people died in 2020 riots. This is what political landscape is right now. But no, I'm only meaning. I don't know which of these things is true. I don't think either are true. But yeah, no, y'all go ahead.
Mine is just a prediction / guess. His is delusion. That's a difference.
Mine's not delusion. That actually happened.
I don't.
Do they die to riots or to heat wave? What the fuck are you talking about?
What
I'm saying
to be more concise and more specific. You need to narrow down.
What's more? How much more specific can I be?
You need to like give me like an article that I can read, a name specifically.
Because when I looked up 70 dead in summer 2020, the first thing I see is heat waves. That's the first hit I get. So it's talking about heat waves causing death. So what the fuck?
It was the heat waves from the Molotovs. No, it was the heat waves from the Molotovs at the riots. What are you talking about? Obviously, you didn't read further down, Raisin. What are you doing? No, I don't. I think so. Paige,
COVID was just starting to kick in.
Listen, y'all know I am a very middle of the road type of guy. I don't remember stuff about 70 human beings dying in the riots. I think that would have been plastered everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, I was already against what was happening with a lot of the riots. If 70 human beings had died too, that's crazy. I would not.
So
I don't think
that's why my little prediction / fear for the jurors and judges is I feel somewhat grounded in reality. Whatever the fuck Pace just said is not.
This article here that I'm looking at here. This one here is
share it, please. Share it in
the
Discord. Yeah, share it in the Discord, please.
Specifically share the URL. I really want the I want the URL.
This one is from The Guardian. I'm gonna where's my link? Copy link and post that here.
This is
around at that
where are you putting
time.
in
We were around in 2020.
We were doing shows. We would have talked about that here on the Reverie or either on our ADE.
Your number was a little crazy on that one. Cool. Your number was like double.
All right, let's read through it.
Yeah, at least 25. Article number 3 years old, obviously 2020. At least 25 Americans were killed during protests and political unrest in 2020.
And then they had Chicago, which they took that out of the death total because that was just random Chicago.
No, wait. Just in the second paragraph alone, I can see that this isn't talking about just Black Lives Matter protests because they say
it's talking about all of the protests, including the Portland thing where the Chaz are occupied, whatever zone they called it was.
No, but all I'm saying is I think you presented this as the left. I think you also presented this as Black Lives Matter protests.
No,
he put it as the left.
Black Lives Matter
No. You actually did say, "Hey, Razor, you're going crazy because it's the left that blah blah blah, and they killed 70 people." But this article is already pointing out conservatives that are dying at pro-Trump rallies. I just want to call it out. I'm not picking sides. I'm just saying, hey,
that's the thing. Is I'm technically not even trying to make it to where I'm on a side. I literally am just saying this is what I've seen, and the reality that I'm sticking with is that Trump supporters and Nazis who support the Republican Party at this point are fucking deadly. They will kill.
They were killed. 2 conservatives were killed after a pro-Trump rally, but they didn't say who they were killed by.
Lee
I know that's the point.
My point is, I highly doubt that
who made custom Western hats was shot
that
after
pro-Trump people killed
rally
themselves
in Denver.
All I'm saying is that this article, first off, has a much less number.
There's another article that shows that $2 billion worth of damages were caused during that time.
No, the damages thing I think is a valid point. I'm just talking about the 70 human souls killed by Antifa is what I'm talking about.
I didn't claim that to Antifa. I'm just saying that if you take a look at the side that has actually killed people and
the right
have volumes of it,
the right
there's your history.
Yeah, they're right.
Okay. And like we mentioned
how
Garrett Foster was killed. And by the way, what's his face? The Texas governor voted to let his killer go. Okay.
Hey, I want to read an important. Hold on.
That is mentioned here. Okay.
I want to read something very important from this article. News reports that the height of the demonstrations over Floyd's killing cited dozens of deaths in connection with protests, but many of those turned out to be examples of deadly crimes carried out in the vicinity of protests rather than directly related to the demonstrations themselves.
Yeah, far-right demagogues will use the fact
it's possible when you were citing Chicago and other things that these were deaths that did happen, but they weren't necessarily related to the protests.
That's what I said about Chicago. At the time when they were doing the data and statistics, they had lumped in random Chicago deaths with the entire total of things, because they had 70 shootings in one weekend, and then they just lumped them all in together.
Yeah. So I'm looking at this article, right? Like in Louisville, the photographer Tyler Girth was shot and killed at a downtown park where protesters gathered. The alleged shooter, Stephen Nelson Lopez, was homeless and had a history of severe mental illness, and had reportedly been asked to leave the park earlier because of his behavior.
Sounds like a leftist.
Many of the protesters.
I have another point. James Sherlock, a Black Lives Matter protester with an infant daughter, was shot to death in Omaha in May after a confrontation with a white bar owner outside the man's bar.
Like,
Boogaloo extremists killing amid political unrest. In addition to the people killed while demonstrating, at least 14 more Americans were killed in other incidents linked to political unrest this summer, including 7 people shot during alleged looting of businesses. Among them, David Dorn, a retired police officer, shot during the robbery of a pawn shop in St. Louis. 2 California enforcement officers murdered by an alleged anti-government Boogaloo extremist, the Boogaloo Boys.
So I think we can move away from this article, right? We all agree that maybe there's not enough here.
No.
But onto the Trump thing. I'm like, I don't know if there's going to be a tax on the jurors and blah blah blah, but I don't think.
Not.
I'm sure there is.
This was like my take before all of this stuff happened.
Bare minimum going to be doxing to the great
when I'm like,
where people will say go to here type of thing.
Yeah, I don't know, but like I'm more fearful of the long-term consequences of a past president being jailed, and I agree. I agree that no one. Yeah, I agree that no one is above the law, and people who commit crimes should go to jail. Blah blah blah. I wonder if we're gonna be on a sliding scale where political people who lose will be investigated for crimes, and this will start.
That's the biggest thing. The Democrats have opened Pandora's box of this one, because number one, you take a look at what actually happened here. I've watched lots of court cases. I've studied law as a minor in college. I have never seen a case where the judge, since this is supposed to be considered a campaign finance violation, which is bootstrapped to a misdemeanor that had the statute of limitations which had expired, for a crime that's not actually a crime in the state of New York, because NDAs and hush money are legal in New York. But regardless, it's 8 years. It's 8 years past the statute of limitations for something that happened allegedly 20 years ago. Stormy Daniels already lost the case in this particular case, where she actually owes the Trump team $850,000, which she testified that she refuses to pay.
Well, that might not be related to the crime, right?
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that these things which were considered to be lawyer fees, the judge said that the Trump team can't use the defense of we took it on the advice of counsel, which Michael Cohen was his counsel at the time, who wrote it as legal fees, and Trump just gives them the money. The judge says, you can't use that as a defense. The Trump
So
team says that we're going to call forth the former head of the FEC because they said this was a campaign finance violation. So FEC rejected it 3 years ago, saying that there was nothing here. And this guy was the head of the FEC at the time. The judge rejected allowing that person to be a witness. And then when the judge goes to tell the jury to deliberate, the judge says, I'm not going to give you guys any written instructions. And the judge says to them, which is unheard of. I've never heard this before in a legal case, where the judge says that you guys are going to go over there and this is how it's going to work. You're going to have three options as to what you think that you should do for the crime. You don't have to all agree on the options, so you don't have to be unanimous to get a guilty verdict.
No,
We don't know what the underlying second crime is because the judge didn't even allow the defense to be informed as to what the charge was going to be so that they could actually prepare against it. The case in itself has a lot of problems, which most legal scholars says on appeal would be sent back over for reversible error, which the judge could have amended all of these things simply by having clear and concise instructions for the jury and for the defense and prosecution, but they just didn't do that. So this goes to appeal, which would probably take two years probably because of how it has to go through all of the different trials of New York, and they're at least 7 months out. So
yeah, okay.
I'm thinking
I
about 2
don't.
years.
Yeah, I don't know about your jury instructions. One,
That was literally was his jury instructions. I've been watching the entire case.
I hope so.
Okay,
and
can-
you
I
know,
again,
know,
so
but I don't know if
watch
they're
the
being-
entire case, so you know
Yeah.
that it's not just the hush money issue; it's the fact that he was falsifying business records.
They couldn't even link it to falsifying business records.
They literally did. They literally did.
They
All
brought Michael
34.
Cohen in.
All
No, they didn't.
34.
They brought Michael
All
Cohen in.
34.
No, you're not listening
All
to what I'm saying.
34. They linked it. Business falsified.
They brought Michael Cohen in. They didn't present any evidence that said that there was anything falsified. They said when Michael Cohen came in and testified, he testified that he wrote these off as lawyer expenses for the Trump campaign,
which is falsifying.
No, it's not falsifying because Michael Cohen's his lawyer, and he gave him the money, and Michael Cohen went and did.
Which is falsifying because that wasn't what it was for.
But didn't
and they
look
found
at
that
that
it
way.
wasn't what it was for.
The fact remains, though, that
that he falsified records.
It's not a campaign finance violation, according to the FEC. The FEC director said that it wasn't. It will be a bookkeeping record. It's not perjury. The FEC guy said it 3 years ago when this case was brought 3 years ago.
Did he say it on the stand? Did he say it on the stand though? Like when they did on the stand?
The judge refused to allow him to be used as a witness. The Trump team wanted to bring the FEC guy as a witness, and the judge said no.
Yeah.
You can look it up yourself. They had the witness list. The judge said no. You can't bring him up as a witness because he didn't want to confuse the jury. That was his determination. You have the
more
one
than
guy.
Likely that if that is what was said, then that means it more than likely means that it overall had nothing to do with what they were.
It had everything to do with it. If this is an FEC violation, you will want the
FEC violation wasn't the big issue. Then it was the fact that he was falsifying business records in general. He's falsifying business records in general.
Falsifying business records is a bookkeeping record. It is not a federal felony. The felony was the election campaign violation. That's the felony. That's the underlying felony that they're trying to charge here is campaign election violation, campaign finance election violation. That's the underlying crime for what they're trying to charge here. And they wouldn't even allow the former head of the FEC to be used as a witness. That's the reason why almost every legal scholar, including the ones over at CNN, are saying that if this goes to appeal, it's reversed because the judge had so many issues for reversible error. And not only that, Judge Merchan when you
You
take
also
when you
add to
actually
the
take
fact
when you
that
actually take a look at the
real
case at
fast,
the court case,
real fast,
he
slightly off topic, but I really need to say, this. Something that really pissed me off about this case is the fact that he got held in contempt 10 fucking times, and nothing happened.
he didn't get
That
held
pissed
in
me off.
contempt. He got held for violating his
So
gag order.
I'm looking. Sorry, I'm looking at
Contempt
the
of
jury.
court, yeah.
Hold on. I'm looking at the jury instructions right now. I just like Googled them, right?
Sweet.
And here there's a lot of instructions here, but the pertinent part is the jury must be unanimous if they find Trump guilty on each count, on whether he committed the crime personally, acted in concert with others, or both.
Can you share that real quick?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
it's
please
the opposite of what you
the
said.
chat and into
No,
our
what
Discord.
I'm saying
Yeah.
is the judge said to them that he's given them 3 options as to determine what they consider the crime is. They don't have to agree on what they consider the crime is. They can all agree that there is a crime. They don't have to agree what the crime is. So they can pick
If
one of
Trump
the 3, and it doesn't matter, just so long as they all come up with the same
issue.
end goal.
Of the
That's
same
the weird part of the case.
Wait. So, well, like when you say that, like, did it specify? Because they usually specify what the 3 options.
He gives the 3 options that Prime was just talking about. He lists that you can say that Trump was connected to it. Either he was I won't say co-conspirator, accomplice to it, or both of these things. You don't have to agree on which one
Okay, so it means
it is.
so yes, so all of it means that if they find him guilty, but they can say guilty in a sense of you were connected, part of it, or what was that last one?
Or both.
Or
but
both.
they don't have to.
Yeah.
But they don't have to agree on what these
It still
are.
means that it still means he did it. It still means that he's guilty because he was part of it
That
and or
there
fully
is
still
a
connected to it.
with
Or
those
both.
instructions, there is a huge degree of vagueness, which
It's actually
is
not.
tailor made
If you're a
for
part
conviction.
with business falsifying business records, if you are part of it or directly connected to it or both, that's all still counts towards the yes, you're guilty of doing this shit. So with that part, it makes sense why he would say you don't have to agree on this section unanimously. You don't have to agree on that. If you say like he was connected, if juror 1 says he was connected and juror 2 says he had a part in it,
I've
and juror
never
3
heard
says
of
both. That's fine.
You
But
know,
you also
sorry,
you have to unanimously agree
sorry,
on
hold
it.
on.
Wait. I want to make sure y'all know y'all are misrepresenting this. What this says is the jury must be unanimous if they find Trump guilty on each count on whether he committed the crime personally or acted in concert with others or both. So what they're saying is he, in all cases, had intentions to commit a crime. So, and they're saying that whether he did it himself or whether it was due to him in concert with another doing it themselves, that he's still guilty. Which I think we understand that for most of these type of like white collar type crimes, right? Like embezzlement or blah blah blah. Like if Pace, if me and you work together, and I'm like, yo, I need you to go embezzle this guy. I'm just as guilty of that crime. That's what this reads like. So it doesn't read like, oh, he wasn't aware and somebody in his company did something. It reads as he was knowledgeable and in the action of committing the crime. That's what the document from CNN that Prime said posted. So it doesn't seem to be as vague as y'all are implying.
And furthermore, at the bottom, it's a link to the full.
I'm in agreement with Gambit today. Holy shit.
It is a link to the full jury instructions, like the transcript there. But that reads to me, looking at that, the jury must be unanimous, like on each count. So like we go through the first count, right? And we have to be unanimous on whether he committed the crime personally, one option, or acted in concert with others, second option, or both would be the third option. Like that sounds like. So it says that for each one, you have to go down, and all of us, all 12 of us, or however many there was there, right? That says like we agree that on this count, he was he committed this crime personally, right? And then the next count, oh, he did that in concert with others. And then the next count, that's what that reads to me. This it's a little unclear for this summary.
Yeah, the or is a little bit ambiguous for sure.
Yeah,
that's the thing that people are talking about. Is it makes it out as if it was a multiple choice thing, which is very unconcise jury instructions. It's very odd the case. That's the reason why a lot of legal experts are saying
it was
it's
probably
I don't
well
think that's.
explained to it was probably
I
well
don't
explained
think.
to them in the trial.
No, wait.
So I'm gonna.
That's not odd if the crime itself doesn't need him to personally commit the crime, right? It's only odd if you're looking at a conviction for something that must mean that he personally committed it.
So,
and if I'm looking at something that could be either or, it would make sense. And I'm not saying that this is the case, but that would make sense. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking at the transcript because I admit that like that summary was a little weird, right? So it says this is the summary. Your verdict on each count you consider, whether guilty or not guilty, must be unanimous. In order to find the defendant guilty, however, you need not be unanimous on whether the defendant committed the crime personally or by acting in concert with another or both. So it was the opposite of what I just said.
That makes sense.
Yeah. It's the opposite of what I just said. So it's what Pace said, right? He's saying that we're giving a choice, and that's true here. You need not be unanimous on whether the defendant committed the crime personally or by acting in concert or with the jury. So you can say on one count, so like let's say it's the first count, right? You can say that the defendant committed it. One juror can say, I think he did it personally, and the other one says, well, no, I think he got a friend to do it, right? And then as long as you all say he's guilty for whatever those three reasons are, then he's guilty. But like in the end, I don't see like I'm not sure. Like I don't understand why it would even have to be unanimous, right? Like because you're still guilty, right? Like you've done the crime has been committed. Like you're saying that he committed the crime, but you're unanimous that a crime has been committed, but you're a little, but whether how exactly he did it.
Because
I think the thing that is
that's a different standard, a different precedent that this
no,
has
it
never
doesn't
been set like this before in any other court case.
Wait, what do you hold on? Wait. I really want to push you on this. What are you referencing when you make that statement? If we're looking at a crime that doesn't need personal commit for the crime to be, for you to be like, for you to be convicted of this crime, what are you looking at when you say this has never been done before? My assumption is the counts that he's being charged where this is allowed, every single time these counts are in court, this is the barrier to convict someone. So I'm wondering where you get this thing where you say, oh, this is the first time this has ever happened in history.
Before you answer that, quickly, Princess Courtney says, Judicial, I miss you. You get the 100 bits for that. Shout out to you, Princess Courtney. I don't know who she is, but Judicial's got ladies all over the place apparently. Aiko. Don't worry, his girlfriend's not listening. Aiko says, if it turns out that all jurors agreed on the same underlying crime, will that satisfy Pace for 100 bits? Thank you, Aiko. So yeah, you can answer that, and also
what did he say?
He said, if it turns out that all jurors agreed on the same underlying crime, will that satisfy you?
If we knew what the underlying crime was, but the problem is that the judge didn't even issue what the underlying crime is. We have no idea what it is, and we won't have any idea what it is until the judge actually reveals what the underlying crime is.
Did they not like read out originally what the counts were?
They read out the counts, but the counts didn't have the underlying crime. And that's one of the things that the legal scholars that I was watching on.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, let's say
hold on. Before you do that, here's the transcript. You have now heard me define the law for count 1. There are 33 remaining counts in the indictment, each for falsifying business records in the first degree and each occurring in New York County. The only difference is that each count pertains to a different business record and possibly a different date. The underlying law applies in the same way to each of the remaining counts. So I will only repeat it in full one more time before I read count 34. Of course, you can ask me to repeat the law in its entirety as many times as you wish, and I will be happy to do so. So he like goes on. He talks about the underlying crime.
No, there is a secondary charge that nobody knows what the secondary charge is. That's what the legal scholars are talking about today. They don't know what the secondary charge is, and they won't know what the secondary charge that the jurors became unanimous on unless a juror comes out and speaks about it. They get a a revelation of it, or until I think it's on July 11th is when the judge is scheduled to actually do the sentence, and the judge will
Wait,
reveal
are you
that
saying
publicly at
are
that
you saying
time.
the secondary charge? Are you like implying that the secondary charge is if he
The
was
secondary
he
charge is
directly did it?
no, what I'm saying is the secondary charge is the felony charge. The falsifying business records is a misdemeanor. The secondary charge is the charge that is the felony, and that's the one that they're trying to that the legal scholars are trying to figure out what the secondary charge that the jurors agreed on unanimously is.
So I'm seeing in
And
the chat, it's
we
not a
won't know that
secondary
one.
charge at all, though. That the jury, if Aiko says the jury will reveal the underlying crime, they're the ones who decided that. So I this is like reaching the edge of my knowledge, so I don't know exactly. Like I'm just like trying to work this out too.
Yeah.
But Aiko says the jury will reveal the underlying crime. They're the ones who decided that.
The jury may or may not. The jury doesn't have any obligation to do that. Some jurors might go on TV and get their 15 minutes of fame and speak about it, but the judge
Oh no, the jurors
most
won't go
likely
on
has
TV to get 15 minutes of fame because if they do,
jurors
then they'll be doxxed
can
and
jurors have done it before in previous cases.
If
This one won't.
It's up to them, but the judge has probably already told them that many people will ask you for your testimony on TV. You can say no, and we can keep
And
your
it answered
uh,
identity is secret, yeah.
They
identity
were
secret.
Aiko says if the falsified records were done in order to cover up a crime, then it becomes a felony. So it sounds like to be guilty of that felony, they would have to believe that the falsified records were done in order to cover up a crime. Oh, and you're saying that the crime that they covered up, is the secondary or underlying? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's the underlying, but we don't know what it is.
Clearly, he tried to cover it up.
But what difference does it make
they're-
if the crime itself is the cover up in the first place? If they're
Because let's assume that they try to say that it's because he's trying to do this to protect himself from being part of elected, or when most people are saying he's doing it to protect his business or to protect his relationship with his wife. If it's protecting his relationship with his wife or to protect his business brand, that it's not a felony. If he's doing it as a election thing,
None of this matters.
the
I'm telling you,
FEC
Pace,
already said that
Pace. None
isn't
of
a
this
finance
fucking
violation.
matters. None of this fucking matters. None of this is a part of the case. All of this is some fucking right-wing bullshit.
That is all the
And
case.
all
That's
of
what the
it
whole
is
case is
fucking
about.
right-wing bullshit.
No.
Why the fuck are we entertaining this shit? Why?
That's what
So
the
what?
whole
We
case
can
is
spread
about.
more
Okay, no. Okay, hold on, real fast, because the thing you're doing,
disinformation, because that's exactly what fucking Pace is doing.
because
That's
the thing
exactly
you're
what
doing,
he's doing.
the thing that you're doing, Pace, is you are like trying to say that if he had a good reasoning for covering up the crime,
it's not about him having a good reasoning, because in the state of New York, NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, are illegal. Hush money payments are illegal.
You say are illegal, right?
No, they are legal. It is legal to have a non-disclosure agreement in New York. It's legal to do hush money in New York. What would be illegal
if it
falsifying business records.
wasn't illegal, he wouldn't have just been convicted of this.
so
Well,
Aiko says
they literally had tried this case before.
So Aiko says in the chat, so the jury had to decide whether Trump was covering up a crime. Okay, yeah. He wasn't being charged with this crime, but the cover-up was what mattered. He can cover up any crime and be guilty. The jury is tasked with deciding whether there was a crime for him to cover up. So if they decide that the crime was jaywalking, and this is what the thing he was covering up, right? He took all these actions to cover up jaywalking. Well, then as long as he covered up a crime, It doesn't matter because being charged with the cover up.
It actually does matter because it specifically has to be covering up for election purposes because it has to be federal. Otherwise, it would go back down to it being a misdemeanor.
We're
talking has to be why would it have to be federal?
It
You mean
has
a
to be
felony?
federal
just happen to be connected to
it has to be federal because it is a felony. This is a felony case, so it has to be something that's done federal. If it's done statewide, it's a misdemeanor. So that's the big issue here. It has to be a cover up of something that's federal, and the big problem here is, like I said, the FEC, they got this same case 3 or 4 years ago, and they turned it down because they didn't think it met the standard of an FEC violation. That's the big issue, and that's the reason why when it goes to appeal, it's most likely going to be reversed.
It won't probably be reversed. Like 12 people found him fucking guilty. 12 members.
12.
Okay, of all of them, of his quote unquote peers. Okay,
they
found
did it.
him
They did it
guilty.
in
Again,
Manhattan.
They also
Only
they
6%
have
of
to
Manhattan
all
is in favor of
agree.
Donald Trump.
They all have to unanimously agree on all 30 something counts. 34 counts, is that what it is?
Yeah, 34.
Like,
Yeah, 34 counts.
like they have to sit around and agree on all of this. Not only did they have to go and find, and like people had to take their time to literally get the
They didn't
readout
take their
of
time. They
people's
finished the
state.
deliberation in 8 hours on a case where
It's been
it was
delivering for
where it was
2
so
days.
vague.
For
They
2
deliberated
days.
for 8 hours.
But hold on. States have felonies though. This is a state case.
Yeah.
Why do you think they would be charging
No, this isn't a state case anymore. It was bootstrapped to a federal law. That's why it became a federal felony. If it was just
which they have the
if it
right
was
to
just
hold
on
on.
its case,
Are you
if it was
saying
just on its face, the documents case, it was just on its case as a book record case, bookkeeping case, it would have remained a state statute which exceeded its statute of limitations. Alvin Bragg strapped this to a federal felony, which connected it to finance campaign violation.
I see what you're saying, but
Yeah,
like,
it's not a federal felony.
but so they're not charging him with a federal crime. Then they're charging him with the cover up of the federal crime. Correct.
That's what supposedly is what's
okay. Well, then what does again? So yeah, they can't charge him with the federal crime. They charge him with the cover up, and if they're found him guilty of the cover up, then they found him guilty of the cover up, which is a crime in and of itself.
Yeah,
but they have to be able to define what it is.
It's a state felony, but the underlying crime that he was covering up can be federal.
Yeah. So I don't. But what difference does it make if they say so or not?
It makes a big difference if the jury decided
he was falsifying business records to cover up the federal crime.
If the jury decides that
which is a felony.
No. I want to hear what you have to say. Go
protecting for the purposes of securing him a better positioning in the election, that will be campaign finance violations. If the jury decided that he was covering up to protect his business, that would be state under state jurisdiction and wouldn't be a campaign finance thing. It wouldn't be
question.
No. But if he commit a state, hold on. What? Don't tell me to hold on, please. Don't do that.
So sorry.
Yeah,
that was my bad. That was my bad. I had my eyes closed.
It's okay. It's okay. I just one thing, but if there's a state law against the cover up, then that's still a crime, right? So then you can charge him with that.
No, because the state statute of limitations had already expired. So it is contingent on it being federal.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead. DQ.
Okay. Pace. Have you studied law?
Yes.
Like in a university where you're about to go take your
I studied law as a minor. I didn't go to pass bar because I didn't want to be a lawyer. I did it as a minor.
Okay. So that leads me to the next thing. Are you a lawyer?
No.
Are any of us here lawyers?
No.
Exactly. So why are you trying to prove law that you don't understand, that most of us don't understand, that 12 jurors had to sit there for almost 2 days to understand and get? They obviously get it. They got it. And by chance, they probably got it right. So why are you here trying to prove law that you literally cannot prove because you were not a legal lawyer?
I can have as much of an opinion as anybody else has,
You can have an
and to that
opinion,
and to
but
that
you
act like
still
you're
do
correct.
not understand law.
well,
Yeah,
and to
hold
that
on.
You do
case,
not
I
understand
can
law
say
at
But
I
the
can
wait a
very
minute, wait a minute, wait a
any
minute,
heart.
wait, hold on.
study I can cite any studies and any other legal scholars that I have taken their opinion and their advice on both sides of the aisle. I can
I
take that and use that to make my
I
argument and
agree
make
with
my
Pace on this
opinion.
part. Like we none of us are experts in the medical field or in any other. I mean, like a few of us are experts in certain fields, but like we usually don't talk about those particular fields, right? None of us here are politicians. None of us here run humanitarian. None of us here are generals, right? But we comment on war. We comment on all kinds of things, and so he can comment on this. And all of us, any one of us, can be wrong. And the whole thing is we're debating, we're talking.
Wait. You were saying some really true stuff,
Yes,
but
but
there's
the
one of
only
us that
thing is
can't
that
be wrong.
but
Let's
my
be
Yeah,
only
that's
clear.
me.
thing,
Okay,
but my
that's me.
only thing
I'm
is when
always
you
right.
try
None of
to
you got
cite
shit.
law
Always me.
as if it is
Especially
fact,
you, Gambit.
I take issue with that.
But I
No one's
mean,
citing law as if it's fact. What I'm stating is that these are the concerns that legal scholars on both sides of the aisles have posed question about the case and have given opinion on several news outlets all day long on the reversibility of these charges, because there was lots of reversible error that the judge could have put a stop to had he been more
Wait,
concise or deliberate with his
so
instructions to the
so
prosecution
Pace,
and the defense, and in its instructions of the jury. So a lot of legal scholars are saying that this has lots of reversible error because of the things that I listed, which comes from those legal scholars.
so Pace, I want to ask you a question because I think we can find some ground. I think there's something you said earlier that you would no longer agree with. If I'm looking at a case on embezzlement, or in this case, falsifying business records, you do agree that I can be convicted of this, whether I personally falsify the records or whether I acted in concert with others and someone else is the person who actually committed that. You do agree that both of those things, or one of those things, could apply for me to be guilty of such a crime, right? Or do you think you can only be guilty of falsified business records if you personally do it?
You, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many legal scholars,
I don't believe
it's all dependent upon the intent of the individual. So if your intention is
to hide
is
business.
to falsify business
And but you
records,
better get
doing
them.
it you doing it yourself or doing it
Wait,
by giving somebody something and you know that they're what
I
they're
think,
going to do,
wait,
then
the New
yes,
York
you can
law
be convicted of that.
specifically states that it doesn't have to be intentional.
I know.
Economic, whether it's intentional or not, being charged with falsifying business records, criminal serious, blah blah blah. Well, no, hold on, wait. I gotta read through this. Never mind. I read the wrong sentence. But wait. I want to make sure I get an answer to my question.
Okay.
Because I think you brought up intent, which I didn't give you a situation where the intent was there or not. I'm saying that the intent is there. So if we have
If the
intent
intent is
to,
there, I would agree.
no. Okay, so wait, I want to make sure you're agreeing to the statement that I said, though. You agree that if you have an intent to falsify business records, whether or not you're the actor who did it, you can be charged with such a crime, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, under the premise of what you just said, do you also understand why it might be the case that a judge can say, or the court would say, you don't have to agree on whether or not this person was the actor. You just have to agree that they were acting in concert to commit this crime. and you could see the nuance and why that statement can be said, and that's not in any way disingenuous or unconcise or some of the other things that you laid out. Do you agree with that?
In parts of it, I could. My main concern with it is it's deliberately vague in how it was set. So it
Well, is
leaves.
it vague or precise though? I think it depends on the
No,
friend. I would say it's precise.
It was
So imagine
deliberately vague, and in other cases, similar cases of this, you would send them back there with the underlying crime and tell them to determine whether or not they found this underlying crime to be the case.
What underlying crime?
Hold on, wait. Wait. I don't want you to mix up the whole underlying crime thing. Right now, me and you are talking about falsifying business records, and that's it. We're not talking about the secondary conversation over whether or not that was done to cover up a crime. So imagine we're here on a jury. Prime, unfortunately, is the person that we're deliberating from. Now imagine me and you say, hey, I think Prime falsified the records. Now imagine Debate and Razor say, you know what? I don't think Prime falsified the records, but I think Prime did work with his CPA or whoever in order to falsify. You would understand why Prime would be guilty regardless, even though we don't agree on which of the part of the actor he was, right? You agree with that, right?
I see what you're saying, and I could agree with that.
Okay, cool.
Okay, wonderful. Then you agree that Trump is guilty on all 34
No,
things?
don't put shit in my mouth.
That's literally what you just did with my agreeing to the analogy.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that he did that. I just wanted to call out that, like, I think this is so, but Pace, this is what I'm saying. I think the judge was being precise. And I think whether or not you see it as precise or vague is based off of how you maybe somewhat view the case. Because I think the judge clarifying that, hey, you don't have to.
The reason why I say it was vague is because I've been watching the case, and I've been watching how the testimonies have been going by, and the instructions that the judge laid out. Most times when the judge gives instructions for these juries to go deliberate, it's written instructions. The judge didn't give them any of that. They had to go back and ask the judge on 2 or 3 separate occasions in order to get clarification on what he actually meant.
And that's
What I meant
legal, and that's 100% legal.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
you can legally go ahead and do that and ask clarifying questions to the
I'm not
judge.
saying that you don't have to ask, that they can't ask clarifying questions.
I'm gonna make a request to everyone here real quick. It's obvious that we're gonna keep spinning in a circle because Pace doesn't want to fucking understand. Can we move on to what the effects of this is of the guilty verdict is? Can we move on to that? Like what is going to happen in like politics and the legal sphere now that this shit has happened? The first time ever to have a former president actually found guilty of a actual
well, hold on, wait. Before we do that, I just want to do one thing. Pace, you do agree that judges don't have to give written instructions, right?
They don't have to, but in a case of this stature and similar cases of this, Judge Merchan himself has a record of giving written instruction. And the fact that he didn't do it in this case is strange.
But does he have a record of giving written instructions in cases that are specifically these group of charges?
He's not, to my knowledge, has he ever had a case like this?
No. He may have had a falsified business records case. I'm not saying that he's had Donald Trump or an ex-president, but
he did have. I think he did have Donald Trump's.
No, but the person doesn't matter, because whether or not somebody, I'm just saying that it seems like, and I'm just reading this off the cuff, it seems like whether or not there's written instructions depends specifically on elements of the case. And I don't know why that is the case, but that's just what it seems to be. So it could be that he's had 1,000 cases and he wrote instructions in 500 of them, but there's something about the nuance of those 500 cases that caused him to write the instructions versus the 500 where he did it. And I'm saying wait. I just want to finish this last sentence. Saying that there's something nefarious or weird about not specifically giving instructions in this case seems to me that you're using your view of the case to color that rather than some underlying facts of the matter?
Well, there are underlying facts that cause me to have a little bit of a different, um, I guess I could say bias in the case.
Mm.
Um, Judge Mershon's record as to who he's donated to,
So it says the law doesn't allow it. So there has been some confusion in recent days about why the jurors Donald J. Trump's criminal trial, who on Wednesday began deliberating over his fate, weren't allowed to take a copy of the judge's legal instructions with them into the jury room. The answer is simple: the law doesn't allow it. The lengthy instructions which the judge read to the jurors right before they started deliberating are meant to serve as a roadmap. Blah, blah, blah. The law is seldom simple and because the legal theory underpinning the case is complex and at times confusing, the instructions are also a lot to take in. But while comments have suggested it would be helpful for jurors to have a copy of the instructions, the judge in the case, Juan M. Mershon, was not allowed to give them one. That's why on Thursday, when the jury asked for portions of the testimony they heard during the trial to be read back in court, they also asked to hear portions of the jury instructions again, too. The prohibition against jurors being provided with a copy of the written legal instructions stems from a 1987 decision by the New York Court of Appeals, the state's highest court, in a case called People v. Owens, which involved the drug sale. The court found that, quote unquote, the distribution of written instructions to the jury is not expressly authorized by law, and an error in such submissions cannot be deemed harmless, end quote, meaning that providing the instructions would result in a conviction being overturned. Mark F. Scholl, who served in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office for nearly 4 decades, specializing in white-collar crimes and appeals, said, quote unquote, recently there has been some slight loosening about whether it can be done with the defense's consent, but it remains a minefield that judges do not want to risk. So that answers all of that.
Yeah, that
Every
makes
single
sense.
bit of it.
I would say that.
So wait.
The simplest answer is always the most logical.
Hold on. I understand that you're saying this makes sense now, but now I want to ask you a more direct question. You've pointed to the legal scholars who you've listened to their opinions, which has kind of informed yours. Given that, like, just us on a Twitch panel have kind of, sounds like, debunked multiple of their talking points, how does that change your view of those people who you've listened to?
They're Rudy Giuliani.
Doesn't change. Rudy Giuliani haven't seen him on TV in God knows how long. I don't even think he's allowed to be on TV anymore.
Yeah,
but that doesn't change.
I wonder why.
My opinion on any of it.
Well, imagine they're making a big fuss over he didn't give written instructions, and we find out, oh, he couldn't actually legally do it. That's pretty damning for us to find out in like 15 minutes, and they're like going on TV and talking about this, right? I'm just using your words because I don't know specifically the group.
They've done it before, and that's what I'm saying. And with this particular case, and the main reason why many of them were saying that it was odd is because typically when you go into deliberation, it happens right after the case. They've had 2 weeks away from this entire thing, and then they have to go right back into deliberation. Makes it slightly difficult. That was the concern that many of the scholars were talking about.
Okay, awesome. We beat all of Pace's legal scholars. Move on to the effects now.
Pace, we could agree that maybe there's some hardness on the jurors in this situation, but if it's not legal for him to give written instructions, you would surely agree that he shouldn't give them written instructions, right?
Oh, if with the consent of the defense, he could.
Wait.
The last thing
I feel like you just.
Right.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just like the last thing I said. Recently, there has been some slight loosening about whether it can be done with the defense's consent, but it remains a minefield that judges do not want to risk because, like on appeal, they might decide to throw it out. like on appeal. Yeah, go ahead.
So, Pace, surely you agree that if there seems to be some legal waggle on this, that it's not something the judge should do. And you would say that the judge is acting responsibly by following what appears to be the best judicial decision to make, right? Or you think that he should have waded into the waters of whether or not this is going to stand up if it goes to appeal and blah, blah, blah? I would say the judge is acting very responsibly based off the evidence that I've been given here. If everything is true, it seems like the judge did what he should have done. Do you disagree with that?
You're muted.
To a degree. No, I wasn't muted. I just hadn't said anything.
Thinking.
Is my mic off?
No, we can hear you. We can hear you.
No, you're good. You're good. Sorry.
Yeah, but I say to a degree. I still think, based off of what I have seen of the judge and how he is presented in the case, I think it would have been better for him to do so. Particularly with the timing of how long the jury has been outside of the case. It gave them 2 weeks away from the case, which is also strange in of itself.
Wait, but would it? Well, never mind. I don't think we should wait until the water.
Yeah,
but I was just saying, wouldn't Trump's team be the defense? So theoretically, they would have been the ones who were against it being given as written instructions. From what you read, Prime, it was the defense, right? Not the prosecutor.
No, you need the consent of the defense
which would have meant you needed the consent of Trump's team.
Yeah, but the judge would have had to go to them and ask for that. The judge didn't.
Which they did.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So like, basically they're saying, or at least like that New York law that's put in place, it's like it seems like it's more prejudicial to the prosecution. It seems like it'd be like if there's an error in those written instructions, right? People are going to go back to the written instruction. This is what I'm guessing, right? So I could be wrong, but like, hey, this is the canon, right? This is the canon text given by the judge. But if there's an error anywhere in that written text, then that'll be a problem, right? You can be convicted on that error rather than them going back and talking to the judge. Like, hey, could you repeat it again? What is the law? What are we supposed to do? What are the instructions? That seems to be the reasoning that I'm gleaning from this. But
yeah, it makes it.
And that seems reasonable, right?
Grab onto like a single letter being off and fucking dig into that. And it's like, oh, this is wrong because of this one letter. We can't use it anymore, kind of thing.
But Pace, that seems reasonable, right?
I suppose you could say it's reasonable in under those circumstances.
I mean, so
we can move on.
Yeah, because I just think about what are the two disastrous consequences, right? So what you bring up, which I think is valid, hey, it's been 2 weeks or whatever, so people could be misunderstanding what's happening or blah blah blah, right? They have the ability to ask in that worst case scenario, they have the ability to go to the judge to seek clarification, right? So in the worst case scenario, maybe there's more time spent or there's some, something there where they have to go back to the judge. Now let's look at the extreme on the other side. If the instructions are incorrect, now they're making decisions based off incorrect things, which could lead to wrongful convictions and all type of stuff. So if I look at on balance what's happening, I would always rather the judge not write instructions and say, hey, come back to me if you need more, right?
Yeah, that makes it.
And that seems to be the legal opinion from what Prime posted in our chat.
If they have it wrong, right, then what they're doing, they're deliberating in secret because their deliberations are secret. Again over a wrong piece of law, right, a wrong understanding of the law. Instead of going back and getting as much clarification as they need, right, directly from the judge's mouth. And that's happened in open court where we can all hear, oh, did the judge fuck up? Okay, then it's his fault, But if it's on a piece of paper and they think, well, this piece of paper is gospel and that's all we need, we don't need any instructions, it's right there. Well, then who knows what happens, right? Okay, why don't we just move past this then?
Oh.
But yeah. So we just spent a lot of time going through it, but I think it was kind of useful just to deepen everyone's understanding. Yeah, like we had to look things up because we didn't know these things off the top of our heads. So fair enough.
So
what were you gonna say, Razor?
Yeah. So yeah, we definitely do need to speak about the ramifications and effects that this is going to have when it comes to politics and how laws are going to be going forward. The whole thing of because I don't know if I heard Gambit say it or Pace, one of you two had said something about like did I hear someone else something about a slippery slope.
Me, that was me.
That was you.
Yeah,
okay,
I say it's an opening of Pandora's box.
I say that there is no slippery slope.
So you said so you two basically said the same thing, just with different terminology. Got it. The effects on this are not going to be as bad as people are pretending. In fact, I feel like it will be good because does it open quote Pandora's box? Yes, but in a good fucking way. It finally is showing that yes, politicians, former, possibly even current, have the chance of going to jail for their fuck ups and their law breaking that they did while in office, and that will be absolutely fucking amazing. The amount of times I've heard right wingers do this bullshit fucking argument of, oh, if they go after Trump, then we're gonna go after Biden for all of his crimes. Your terms are acceptable.
There are differences between the two. The differences between the two is what's happened to Trump versus going after Biden
is that he broke the law for many years and he's an idiot and he deserves to go to jail.
You can't even name the law. But the thing is the differences here are Trump was executive. Biden, the majority of the crimes that Biden is accused of happened before he was ever president of the United States and while he was in the Senate, which he didn't have
they looked
any
into
type of
it, investigated it, and
any,
they found
no, they did not. They didn't investigate anything. No, they didn't. Don't even sit there and say that lie. The second part of it is
what were the things?
Well, let him finish his points.
The second part of it is it's a difference of immunity between the two. Congress has only immunity from what they say within the halls of Congress. A congressperson, senator, can be charged with a crime like anybody else for anything that they do or say outside of the halls of Congress. The president, on the other hand, it's a thing of immunity for things that they've done while they were in office. So, for example, let's say if we use Biden, who's current president, as an example, let's say Texas wanted to sue Joe Biden or arrest Joe Biden for the southern border. Biden's policies as president of the United States,
you can't blame Biden for what's happening there. It's the Republicans who are stopping everything.
Actually, you 100%
he's tried to get bills into place that would help that.
Bills have nothing to do. Bills have nothing to do with that because the president.
He's tried. He literally can't get shit done because Republicans keep stopping it, even though they're crying about it.
The president is responsible for bills. There are already bills in the law. The president is responsible for enforcing the books. The laws
and he's
are already on the books.
He's tried.
No, he hasn't. He's literally said that he
yes,
can.
He has.
But he
has tried.
No,
the Republicans keep stopping him.
No, he hasn't tried at all. But
he has.
You can.
Let's
say that they're going to want to arrest Biden for what's happening on the border. Well, Biden can claim presidential immunity because these are policies that people are elected for. These are the policies that he decided to go by. Those are his policies. If you go by this type of case where you removed presidential immunity, which is another case that's in the Supreme Court right now, if you remove presidential immunity from that, then that causes issues where a president effectively is going to be unable to perform their duties as president.
Bullshit.
Anything that they do, they have the fear of being sued or jailed.
So they won't commit crimes and they'll actually help the American people.
Hold on. Wait, one second. Trump is not in court because of something he did acting as president within the purview of the president, right? You agree with that, right?
No, they're saying that he's in jail, not in jail. He's convicted of something that would have helped get him elected.
Yeah. So, but you do agree that what you're talking about right now is presidents being charged because of things that they did while in office to carry out the office. And you're saying that if a law was overturned, that would like neuter our presidents. I'm just pointing out that I don't understand how that conversation maps onto Trump being accused of falsifying business records, which isn't something he did under the purview of being president.
Because there's a case that's going on right now that's doing just that. That we'll probably get a decision on that one. I think they said in the early weeks of July.
Gotcha. But so he's not. That isn't any of the charges that
And
kind of brought us today
in this
to this.
particular case, it still is effectively the same thing, because now this one's actually slightly worse in my opinion, because
Wait, hold on, wait. When you say it's slightly worse, you're saying that if we charge the president for some disastrous policy, you're saying that charging him for falsifying business records is worse than if we charge
no,
president.
That's not where
Okay.
I'm going. I'm not going with that. I'm saying it's slightly worse than like let's assume we take Razor's point about it and say that, well, you can now hold a president accountable for fucking up the United States while they're president of the United States. Well, we can take that into consideration. What this case actually does is says that the person who's in office or who's running for office right now, let's say you're running, let's say you and I, me and you, Gambit, are running for office. I'm president and you're running against me. You know, in presidential campaigns and stuff, people throw dirty baggage at each other all across the day. This sort of sets me up to where I can sue you for defamation, for slandering me, or I can sue you for something that you did 10 or 20 years ago.
It sounds like an incentive.
Make a federal
incentivization.
law out of it.
I want to hear what he says.
And use that to stop you from being able to have any political standing.
What case is this? What's this case?
That's this case with Donald Trump Biden thing. This case here, something that happened.
No, I'm saying, wait. There's no Trump Biden case.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a hypothetical.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, Riz. I think he's talking about a real case. So I'm just wanting to know what state.
Yes, I'm saying.
Let him ask the question, Razor.
Yeah. What state is the case being brought in? Because there's no Trump versus Biden case, right? Like what case are you referencing?
I'm saying Trump versus Biden, as in Biden is the president right now, and this case that's against Trump right now in the state of New York.
Wait, the falsifying.
Yes,
this case.
It's benefiting the Biden administration. Number one, the number in
for sure.
That's a coincidence.
No, it's not a coincidence, because the number 3 in command of the Biden Justice Department resigned from his post to go help Alvin Bragg bring this case. But what I'm saying is that you can now take this case as an example.
In other words, he has no more power.
Yeah,
I'm
lost.
This case as an example and use it to say, like, this case is supposed to be something that happened 20 years ago, but
you believe the conspiracy that Biden is doing everything against Trump to get him in jail? You believe that?
He's the head of the Justice Department.
The Justice Department is
do you believe he actually? Do you believe that he is actually saying, "Hey, I need my Justice Department to put him in jail. I want you to do it now"? Are you legitimately saying
he is the one who had to sign off on revoking Trump's presidential powers on the documents case? He's
Okay, I
the
have a
one who
question
had,
for you,
had the
Pace.
power to do that. He had to do that.
Pace, how many branches of
What?
government do we have?
Only 3.
Okay, and are all of the branches of government individual from each other?
Co-equal branches.
Yes, and are they individual from each other? Which means one branch can't influence another branch.
They can influence each other. That's the whole purpose. Is for them to
They
try.
technically
The,
can't.
o-
Yeah, they
You
technically
can
can
check
influence
a
each other, but
branch.
not
You
to the
can
degree.
check a
They have
branch.
checks and balances.
the only
Yes.
the only branch that, in my opinion, of the 3 that should be totally independent of the other 2 is the Supreme Court. They should be totally independent of the
So
other
the
2.
judicial.
Yeah,
That's
but co- but
judicial,
co-
but
but,
that's
con-
still
but
that
Congress and the
still
I
executive.
would.
Congress
I
and the
would prefer they
executive
not
are all
are.
about influencing each other. Congress,
I
as a
would
matter of fact,
prefer. I would
influences the executive branch significantly because they put term limits on the executive branch. They are
They need to put term
recently
limits on the judicial branch.
they need to put term limits on the congressional branch. That's what they
yeah.
need to do.
There
This is why I wanted to ask that question, because you're stating that Biden is like actually putting the thumb on the scale against Trump in the judicial sense. Correct? Is that what you're trying to say?
that?
I didn't say the judicial sense. I said the Justice Department.
Which
So
is part of the
The
judicial
Justice Department
branch.
the Justice Department is not part of the judicial branch. The Justice Department is part of the executive branch.
yeah,
They serve
it's an
directly
executive branch.
under
Yeah.
the president.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying
Yeah,
is,
that's
what
why
I'm
You
saying is
are
that
saying that he's
that's
putting
why
he's putting his thumb
so
on the scale.
so the
what I'm
president
saying is
appoints
that
the attorney general. It's
yeah.
under the executive branch. Hold on. But I'm gonna okay. So you said something interesting previously, right? So here's an article from Time, time.com. An executive privilege controversy has been brewing boiled over on October 8th when President Joe Biden, this is from 2021, when President Joe Biden said that he will waive the privilege and direct the National Archives to produce to congressional investigators records pertaining to the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Former President Donald Trump contends that documents and conversations with certain senior officials who served in his administration are privileged and thus off limits. If Trump is correct, if he enjoys a type of executive privilege, though no longer in office, that could thwart attempts by a congressional select committee to learn important details about the role in the insurrection. Is Trump right? And then the article goes, I haven't read the whole article on like their opinion on this. But I'm guessing this is what you were talking about. I need to get confirmation. You're saying that like the National Archives handed over records to congressional investigators during the Capitol, the January 6th Capitol like special subcommittee, right? When they were doing all that. Is that what you're saying that was the problem? That he shouldn't have handed over those records?
Not that he shouldn't hand them over, which he didn't have to. He didn't have to. But the fact that the Biden administration has to sign off on waiving those executive protections.
Okay.
Only the Biden administration can do that because he is the executive. Merrick Garland can't do it on his own. He can request it. Biden has to sign off on that.
Okay. So, but what's the problem there? If that's the procedure, that's the procedure.
What I'm saying is that when what I mean by this being slightly worse is, like I was going back to the example what I was given with GSU, is if I'm running things, if I'm running the ship and you're running against me and I find something in your background that I don't like, I can direct my Justice Department to prosecute you and hold you up in courts to lessen your chances of being able to defeat me. That is the the Pandora's box that's been opened up here. It's turned the uh, running for office for president of the United States into a massive legal battle.
So run without being a huge piece of shit, and you're fine. How about that? That sounds
well.
sweet,
No. So what he's trying to say, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, Pace. What you're trying to say, is that rightly or wrongly, one political party can use a law against another political party, right? That like if there
Yes.
is an incumbent, in office, and he uses the law. Like he can use the law against the person running and tie him up in court and make it more difficult for him to run. Okay, I think that in itself is a legitimate fear. In fact, I started off the show. You didn't hear this, but I started off the show talking about that. I said specifically because what I was talking about was whether you should still be able to run after being convicted, right? So Donald Trump is convicted, should he still be able to run up for office? People, mostly, out there saying no. How could this be? I said yes. I think he should.
Legally, you can.
Yeah. I said legally you can. And I said that should be the case because, as we see in other countries, when they have that provision, they just come up with anything, literally anything.
Well, we
They
had
find him
the
guilty.
same
Hold on,
thing
let
here
me
in
just finish.
America
Let me
before.
finish. They find him guilty, and then you can't run. That's what happened in Russia, right? Under Putin, he had Alexei Navalny, right? Navalny. He gets hit with some bullshit law, and then he gets put in a prison camp, and now he's dead, right? But we see this repeated all around the world. So I think this shouldn't be able to stop. It can't, and it shouldn't be able to stop President Trump from running. But what you're saying, as well as that, you're saying, okay, well, yes, he can run, but still, there is damage done to a candidate when they're being charged, like so close to election, especially, right?
Well, not even so close to election,
Okay.
but just particularly to take a look at what with Trump. This is close to election, but take a look at with him in this particular court case, because of the court case and the time frame. Nobody knew how quickly they were going to wrap this thing up. That keeps the potential
This is a
viable
state
candidate
case, though.
off. State case, any case. But the
But you
fact that
agree that Biden isn't connected to this
yes,
New York
he
state
is
case?
connected to this case.
No,
There it
he's
is.
not.
Absolutely.
In what way?
His third in command left the Justice Department to
But
go
that's
try
not
this
that
case.
has nothing to
He
do with
left
Biden.
the
It has
Wait.
nothing to do. And
up
that's
to
not
where
that's
he's
no,
no
wait.
longer
it's
there.
I
a
want to
coincidence.
wait. I want to make
It's
sure
not
I ask you this
coincidence.
question. No, I want to make sure I ask you this question exactly because you can say that there's something fishy there. But I'm asking you: are you saying that Biden directed this person to quit to go help this case? Because if you're not saying that, you're wait. No, I'm not asking you to prove it. I'm asking you what are you saying you think is the case?
I believe so. I cannot confirm or deny that Biden did do that, but the evidence definitely suggests that, especially when you take a look at
Wait, when you say
the
evidence,
judge that was selected.
when you say evidence, what do you mean by evidence suggests that?
When you look at the third in command on Biden's case, when you look at the fact that that Bragg was elected for this, that they were campaigning for this, that Judge Mershon was campaigning for this, that Judge Mershon donates to the Biden administration and donates to defeat Republicans, and you take a look at all of the evidence surrounding the individuals that were prosecuting this case and the judge that was heading the case and the people who are on the prosecution's team and the way that the judge handled the objections of the prosecution versus the objections of the defense, where if the prosecution had something go on, even when the judge said that he didn't want this to happen, like when he allowed Stormy Daniels to testify, he said right off the riff that I don't want to hear anything about anything sexual because it has nothing to do with the case. And then he allows her to go on for 8 hours talking about it, and then talking about seeing dead people and talking to them
Well,
and other crap like
saying
that.
wait,
And
you're saying
at the
like a
same
lot,
time,
but saying that he doesn't. Well, wait, saying that he doesn't want to hear something, and
no, I'm saying is at the same
those are different.
when the defense had their case, they had brought forth a witness, and the every single time the witness started speaking, prosecution would object, and the witness uh, sighed really loudly, and the rather than this closing out, dismissing everybody like he did for the prosecution, he lashed out at the defense's witness right in front of the jury, and then has to tell the jury to ignore the lashing out of things. And
That sounds
every
normal.
objection that the prosecution went forth, the judge went through with. Every objection that the defense went for, the judge slapped down.
You want to know? You want to know what other
The
trial
Yeah, I
evidence,
did
can't
had that
speak to
happen
why
before?
he might
You
have
know what other trial that
overruled certain.
You know what other trial had that happen to where the defense kept doing objections, they kept getting overruled, but the and the prosecution kept having sustained. The Daryl Brooks trial from that massacre that he did. That's a while back, but it's not because the judge had it out for him. It's because the defense didn't have shit.
Wait, but so I want to.
I think of something on the opposite side. I think of Kyle Rittenhouse's.
That's another one.
Like
see, that one is the
yeah,
is
that, and I think of
canon.
that like as the complete opposite, right? I think of
Yeah.
Kyle Rittenhouse. Like it was just the prosecution that got slapped.
To loop us back to the case a little bit though. So I'm just giving you plausible reasons this guy could have quit, right? This guy could say, hey, they're prosecuting Donald Trump. I could be famous if I'm involved in this. I have whatever job I have now, but if I quit, it's likely that I'm going to be chosen for some position. And I quit because I want to get the fame or the whatever that could come with being on the team that prosecutes Donald Trump. That's plausible, right?
That's plausible, but it's highly unlikely to have been the case.
What makes it highly unlikely?
Because these guys campaigned on getting Donald Trump. That was their whole purpose.
Well, wouldn't that be so imagine I'm campaigning on getting Donald Trump, whatever that means. If a court case came up, wouldn't I want to be involved if I campaigned on getting Donald Trump?
To leave the Justice Department.
I took out a former president.
Your boss isn't to leave the Justice Department and go prosecute the case so that you can't politically implicate your boss would sound like the smart thing to do if you wanted to be able to do this for your boss. And
We're in conspiracy town. Let's not, please. God,
we're on crazy train right now.
I mean,
wait.
The evidence that points to me.
No, if you think he wasn't trying to, if you think he was trying to not implicate Biden, wouldn't he just not get involved? Wouldn't that be like if that was his? If his goal was, hey, I can either get Donald Trump and I can be the guy, and I said I wanted to get Donald Trump, or I can be safe and not get Joe Biden and not make him look implicated. Wouldn't staying away from the case be the best way to do that?
Look, two weeks before, I won't say 2 weeks. I think 2 or 3 days before the case was even up, the Biden administration comes out and says that we're going to call him convicted former president, convicted felon Donald Trump. They already had their talking
he
point.
Is a convicted felon.
They already had their talking point written before the jury was even given instructions.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
Of course.
So this was their entire goal from the beginning of all of
this.
Wait,
you don't think the news
label
to
place on Donald Trump?
You don't think people prepare for whichever outcome? This is what we're going to do if this happens. This is what we're going to like.
They already knew what the outcome was.
No,
they put him in.
Hold on. So here's the thing that news outlets do, right? Here's the thing they do. For stars, right, who are old, they prepare those tapes, those long tapes about like their life and their accomplishment, and then they die. They prepare that like months, years in advance, right? So you can say, well, maybe it was their goal, right, to have these stars die. I mean, they already planned for it. I mean, they planned out exactly what they're going to say, talk about their life and their career and all their accomplishments, right? Why would they do that? Of course, people prepare because it's a foreseeable outcome, right? It's a foreseeable that either Donald Trump is convicted or he's not convicted. And you would have talking points for both. That doesn't implicate you to say that, like, that you specifically made this happen. You stepped in and had a part in it. We understand these things, right?
He had ample opportunity to get rid of any idea of impropriety. They hand selected the judge. They hand selected the venue.
Who hand selected the judge?
Who is they? Who is they?
The federal prosecution, they hand selected Judge Mershon. Judge Mershon isn't even an actual judge. He is an arbitrator. He's not an he's not an actual judge.
I gotta look up everything.
They selected him because of his background. They put him in the venue, refused the venue change from Manhattan to someplace upstate New York where he would have had
a venue changes get refused all the time.
50% chance.
All the time.
But if you're doing a case that is like this, where there's political grubs all over it,
that doesn't mean they're gonna unendingly do whatever is gonna make them look the best. They're gonna do shit.
They changed venues for lesser things.
Of course they have, but that doesn't mean that there's some burden where they need to do it here, right?
It does, because it makes a tainted jury pool. If you have, for example, in this particular case, in Manhattan,
weeks trying to make sure that they had a jury pool that was not tainted.
That the case was in. It is.
Are you arguing that they should have moved to a different place to taint the jury pool in the defense's favor?
They should have moved to a place.
Why wouldn't it happen where the crime take place? So I'm not making it. I just want to be a mirror. Wait.
It's not a city crime. It's a state crime. They have other areas within the state where they could have had a 50-50 split on the.
So why was Manhattan chosen?
On the juror? They chose Manhattan. They specifically chose Manhattan. They didn't say why.
Where's Trump's?
They could have.
Where's Trump's company based?
Trump's company is based in New York City, in Manhattan. He has
some in New York
Jersey.
City.
He has some other places.
Did they base the case? Hold on, wait. I want to ask you this, Pace, because I don't know this. Did they base the case where the business that he likely falsified the records is?
They're not basing this off of his business.
No, wait. I'm just asking you a question.
They're saying this is for personal gain. They're not saying this for.
Wait. I feel like you're avoiding my question. That makes me think there's something there, because I don't know the answer to this. Did they base the case where Donald Trump's business, where they're claiming he falsified records is?
No, because in this particular case, they're claiming that it was done for personal reasons.
No, wait. I feel like you're not answering my question. I feel like you're now.
It wasn't claimed on business.
No, it's a falsifying bit. Wait. I feel like you're running away from my question. This is a falsifying business records case. I'm not asking you why they saying he falsified the records. I feel like you're jumping away from my question. This is a falsifying business records case. Do we know what company they're saying the business records were falsified from?
No, they know that it's just on Trump's personal person. That's a lawyer expense that he's.
There's no way the business isn't listed. Like, that they think he falsified.
It's the Trump. It's the Donald Trump Foundation, Donald Trump brand. They didn't say that it's tied directly to Trump Tower.
It has to be tied to a business Plaza. To say you're falsified business records. It has to be tied to it.
They're saying it's falsifying business records because it was paid to to Michael Cohen as a business expense.
And
yes, and that business expense has to belong to a business.
Yeah.
Wait. That business expense
is tied to Trump Tower. They're not saying it's tied to
Trump Tower or
anything like that.
Yeah,
I feel like you know you're lying. Listen.
The Trump Organization.
No, wait, hold on, Pace. I just want us to walk through this. For them to say whatever the hush money payment is a falsified business record, that business record has to belong to a business entity. That business entity likely has a federal tax identification number and is likely registered somewhere. All I'm asking you is, where is that thing? That's all I'm asking you.
If you want to say it's in Manhattan, go ahead and say it's in Manhattan. The problem is that I'm saying here is that they're saying that it is a campaign finance violation. That makes it a federal thing. It's for the entire state of New York. They had the opportunity to change the venue to where when they were going to do a jury pool selection, they could have changed the venue to where they had a 50-50, a closer to 50. You're not going to get 50-50 in New York, but they could have had a closer to 50-50 rather than a 92 to 6%.
Wait, I want you to hear what you. Okay, first off, this isn't a campaign finance case. This is a falsifying business records case. And I'm asking you, where is the business that was records were falsified at? But let's skip that. The idea that we should have a person in politics and we should say, let's scan the voting patterns and figure out where we're going to put this case, you got to believe that's unreasonable. There's no way you think that's
scanning voting patterns. What they're scanning for,
that's what you're saying,
is to have a jury that is unbiased to the individual.
How are you coming up with unbiased?
But that's what you want to do when you want to get a jury.
No, I'm asking you. No. I'm asking you.
What I'm saying by unbiased in this case is that there are venues within the state. Like a lot of people wanted them to move it out of New York. I don't agree with that. But there are areas within the state of New York. But since this was a state case, they could have moved it to any venue in New York where they could have.
Why did you want to move it to a different venue? I'm asking you that. It sounds like you're talking about voting records.
Have had a less biased.
What makes you think it's biased?
Jury selection. Manhattan is 92% Democrat.
Wait,
So
DeAndre.
Here's the shit.
Wait, Pace. Because you told me no, and now it sounds like you're saying yes. I said, so you're saying that if there's a person in politics, we should look at voting patterns to determine where we put their case. You said no, and now you're saying, well, we shouldn't put it in Manhattan because of their voting patterns. That's
maybe I didn't let you finish that statement completely. But in this particular case, in cases that involve a figure as like, well, it's just the only case we've ever had like this. But let's assume this same thing were happening to Biden. I would say if this was happening in Texas and it was happening in Austin, Texas, I'd say move it to San Antonio where the.
But why? Wait.
Because it's more.
Wait. You have a nefarious view of American citizens? You think just because I vote differently for a different party, I might falsely convict you? Where does that come from? Like that's what's at the bottom of. I'm just trying to show you. I'm just trying to be a mirror to show you what's at the bottom of some of your beliefs. I wouldn't think, oh, well, I need to go somewhere where people most likely vote Democrat, or at least 50% do, for me to have a fair trial in the United States of America. That's wild.
I just want to. I'm going to jump in here for a second. Because there's something else you said previously, and like I said, I gotta look everything up. I already knew the answer to this, but like I went and found a source. Okay, so this is the NBC News article. This is so this first is a quote from Trump from Truth Social. He says, "The
he got kicked out, so he can't hear you." Just FYI.
Okay. Hey, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Pace?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Discord timed out and said I wasn't here.
Okay. All right. No problem. Anyway, so this is from an NBC News article. It says that this starts off with a quote from Truth Social from Trump. He says, "The judge assigned," in square quotes, "to my which case, a case," in square quotes, "that has never been charged before hates me," all in caps. His name is Juan Manuel Marchand. End quote. Trump wrote, alleging he'd been, quote unquote, handpicked for the case by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, a Democrat. Lucian Chalfin, a spokesman for the state court system, said Marchand has been randomly assigned to supervise the investigative grand jury, and that judges who supervise such probes are then assigned to try any cases that come out of the grand jury. That's how they do these things. They're randomly assigned. They have like a random, number generator, right? That picks out a name. Gambler and I could like design that literally in 10 minutes, right? You just like
10 minutes is a long time.
Yeah, right. 10 minutes is a long time. You're exactly right to write something like that. And then it spits out a name. And so it spit out a name, and he was attached to that grand jury beforehand. And then he was attached to the case afterwards. That's how they do it in all this. Now, when they're doing shopping, right? Shopping is what conservatives do. In the Fifth Court, or the Fifth Federal court, you know what I'm talking about, right? District court area. There are these spots, right, that only have one judge, so
Yeah.
there's no random assignment, right? And they put the craziest judge there. So you see all those challenges to the federal government. When conservatives do that, they go down to the fifth district in
The
Texas
circuit.
because there are
Fifth
circuit.
the fifth circuit, yeah, fifth circuit. Yeah, they go down to the fifth circuit. Thank you for that. And they go to these judges who are the most conservative judges, who make the craziest cases or verdicts, and do that continuously. And that's how they shop for a judge. But they can't do that in Manhattan. And they can't do that in like Austin, right? Like in Texas, they can't do that because there'd be a pool of judges that they can work from. That's why they're trying to get rid of those single judge districts, because of that, because it's judge shopping.
Yep.
But that's not what happened here.
Yep. Exactly.
Okay.
I missed everything that GSU said,
So,
but I'm assuming
I
that you just rephrased everything, Brian.
okay, so I want to move. I want to like see if we can move on to something.
Hold on,
slightly.
before we do that, before we move on, our friend Dream is here, and then after he goes, maybe we can move. But yeah, Dream.
It's still within the topic. I just into this topic.
Sure.
I just want to.
Okay, yeah, let's just let Dream go, but then I'd love to hear what you have to say, Razor.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that even if you have a bias towards something or group or someone, it doesn't mean that you can't fairly assess a trial from the jury, right? Like, the lawyers would ask you, okay, I understand you have this bias. Like if you're in a jury and you're like, actually, I don't want to be on the jury this because I have a bias, et cetera, I'm racist or whatever you may say. The lawyers could say, like the lawyers will ask you, I understand you have this bias, but are you able to use rationale?
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to use logic? Could you assess things from a logical point of view, rationally, and see things as the facts are and like assess what the facts are versus using your emotions? Lawyers will ask you this, meaning that if we were just to take what DeAndre is saying at its max, right? Not saying that it's actually true, but let's assume it is. And some people have a bias against Donald Trump who are on the jury or trying him or whatever. It doesn't mean that the results of the trial are unfair or the results of the trial is unreasonable, so basically you'd have to say more than, hey, some of the people have bias against Donald Trump for you to justify the claim that therefore it was an unfair trial, or the things that happened in the trial were unjustified, or the result of the trial was unfair. So even if we grant you that some people in the court process had a bias, it doesn't mean the conclusion that therefore it was an unreasonable conclusion, biased jury, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, I don't think that the court case was unexpected. I think it was wholly expected to have this result. I'm not surprised.
I don't know
I'm not surprised by the result at all.
I don't know how that's a response to anything I said. How's that a response to anything I said?
Well, your response is that the that these results are something that would have been changed. I don't think there was anything. I don't think there was anything that the defense could have said or the prosecution would have said that would change the outcomes of this result. And warranted.
But why so?
I
Why
did
so?
see some jury selection people who were what the hell? I did see some people from the jury selection process that did just what you said, Dream, where they determined that they themselves were not strong enough in their bias or in being unbiased to make a fair decision and asked to be removed from the case. So I've seen that happen. I don't know if you would give everybody the same credit, but generally speaking, with the instructions that the jury had, well, that they were given, this is expected to me, and I think that 7 months at the earliest, we'll find out what the standing's going to be, because they're going to appeal, and then we'll figure out what the standing's going to be. But I'm not surprised by this, and I think
I'm not saying
overall,
it.
given
Yeah.
the instructions,
So
that this might be a shock to people, but given the instructions, I think overall the jury did what they were supposed to do. They made their decision based off of the instructions and based off of what they had. They come up with the decision that they have, and I don't um, cast any of my blame at the jury. I would never cast my blame at the jury.
Okay.
I don't think. I
I'm a
think
little
that
bit.
the jury might be I think there might have been bias in the jury, and which is why I say that you would want a selection that was
All right. Let's.
less majority. But I don't think the jury, I won't say got it wrong, but I don't think the jury did anything wrong in this case.
Sure, that's fine, but I wasn't just talking about the jury. I said everybody involved in a case in a court. So from what I heard, I was listening to the whole time while I was on my way home. But from what I understand, that you were like having a complaint against like the people involved, not just the jury. Or maybe you are complaining jury, even if it's not the jury. There are people involved that you have a problem against because of their bias, and even
Well,
the
yeah,
state, even the
and
state
the
that I was in because of the bias. So my question is, it's not enough for you to say that there's a bias. Whether or not that's true, I have no idea. But let's just assume it's true that there is a bias. It doesn't mean that the way that they conducted themselves in the jury or in the trial, I mean, was unfair, was biased in a biased way. Because I could have a bias and do things that I can have a bias and do things that are in the category of my bias in a fair way, right? So like I could have a bias towards like a certain outlook um, towards Black women, but I'm judging Miss Universe, and I'm going objectively, like, you know what, I'm gonna pick the white girl, even though I'm biased towards Black women, because objectively, bias aside, I can look at this rationally, right? I think that she's the better candidate to win Miss Universe. So just because you have a bias, right, doesn't demonstrate that the court was done in a unfair way or a biased way, right? Do you understand what I'm saying, DeAndre?
I disagree with that.
You
I
disagree
would
with
agree.
what?
I
Of
would
course
agree
you
with it if it was only talking about the jury. But when it comes to the prosecution and the judge,
it is.
their biases are
Yeah, the
blatant.
prosecution's bias is
Their
to try
biases
to convict. The
are
bias of
blatant.
the defense is to get
But
them out.
DeAndre, I didn't
What
say
the fuck?
anything about
That's how the court works.
DeAndre. I didn't say anything about biases being blatant or not. Biases exist, but do you understand that having a bias, and even if it's blatant, does not mean that you are going to enact that bias into everything you do with the category that you're biased against. Do you understand that?
Well, the prosecution and the judge definitely
No, no,
did.
no, no.
The
Do you
jury is
Pace, I asked you a
exempt from
question.
that.
Pace, I asked you a question. I asked you a
I
question.
just answered your
No,
question. I just
you
said
didn't. No, no, no. My question.
the
No, 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 no.
Welcome to this dream.
and the
Welcome,
the
welcome to
prosecution
this.
DeAndre,
and the judge,
you're
they
not
are
answering my
definitely
question. That's not my
acting
Hold on,
under
question.
bias.
hold on, Dream.
DeAndre,
Hold
that's
on.
not my
He's not
question.
Let me
going
ask
to
him.
answer
Hold on,
your
Dream. Let me ask
question,
him real quick.
Dream.
Let
Doesn't
me
matter,
ask
guys.
him
Hold
real
on.
quick.
I'm almost there, guys. I'm almost there. Please. My question wasn't. My question is this: do you understand that the concept of having bias and still not enacting that bias in the category of bias of exists and can happen? Do you understand that that concept exists?
I just said that
It's a yes or no.
if
It's a yes
you
or
were
no.
talking about the jury, I'd say yes.
No,
When
no,
you're
no, no.
talking
In
about the
general.
prosecution and this judge in this case, I'm not talking about in general because I don't
No,
care
I'm
about in general. I'm talking about
okay.
this
Okay.
case.
Okay. Hey.
The
Okay.
people
Then let's
involved
talk.
in this case, they acted on their biases. The
Okay.
jury,
Okay. You're saying they
I
acted on
would,
their bias. How do we know? How do we know that they've acted on their bias?
because they campaigned on it.
Okay. No.
Oh
No. No. No.
my
No.
God.
That's not. That's not it. Hold on. Hold on.
They campaigned that
Hold on.
this was what they were going to
Hold on.
do.
Hold on. I'm
Okay,
talking
hold on.
about, no, no, no.
I gotta let me ask someone real
That's not
fast.
an answer.
Sorry.
That's not an answer to the question. That's not a sufficient answer, I should say, to the question. Why? Because I asked, how do you know that they've acted under bias? In the context of that question is, how do you know that they treated the trial unfairly? Just because they took upon a case that aligns with their bias and they would be happy to, doesn't mean that
they did something in a legal sense that has never been done before. A state attorney doesn't have the power to charge a federal crime, but they did it anyway.
Okay,
We
well,
just discussed this earlier.
if they don't have the power to
we
do
discussed
so,
this earlier.
if they don't have the power
Okay,
to
man,
do
okay,
so,
real fast. Okay, real fast. I just
DeAndre,
hold
if
on.
they don't
Is
have the
the
power,
bi-
if they don't have the power to do so, DeAndre, is this like something that's gonna come up to the what do you call that? The judicial branch,
The Supreme
to
Court.
is this something that's going to come up to the Supreme Court? Since you're saying it's basically illegal for them to do so.
It likely would if the appellate court of New York doesn't knock it down, then they go to the Supreme Court. So it likely would. They're going to exhaust all appeal options. So
wait.
Even though this case is going to be wrapped up, I think July 11th, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is when the sentencing is going to come.
So
they're going to
DeAndre,
appeal, and it's going to go to the Supreme Court only if the New York appellate court
so DeAndre
doesn't take the case.
So if they uphold the decision of what they did, you will then change your mind that
I won't change my mind, but I'll respect the decision of the Supreme Court.
You said that the reason that they are biased in the demonstration of their bias in the court is because they did something that they can't do. But then if the courts decide like actually no, this is something that they can't do, then your premise is gone. You don't have the premise to lead to the conclusion.
What I said, I don't understand how you don't comprehend what I said. I said that I would not agree, but I would respect the decision of
that's
the
not
court.
no.
I still wouldn't agree with what happened. I still wouldn't agree with what they did and how they did it. But if the
I understand that, Pace, but that wasn't your premise. Your premise, that was not your premise.
What the Supreme Court said.
That was not your premise. You changed your position since then because your original premise was this, and I haven't
changed my position at all.
No.
I disagree 100% with what they said. But if the Supreme Court sets
DeAndre, stop. This is not a conversation, DeAndre, stop. I'm in the middle of talking, DeAndre. I'm trying to demonstrate to you.
I don't care if you're in the middle of talking. I don't know how you don't get
Brother,
what I'm saying here.
I'll demonstrate it to you right now if you allow me.
So cognitive dissonance.
What you said initially.
I know what I said initially.
It doesn't matter what you know. It doesn't matter what you know. It doesn't matter. Here's what you said initially.
It doesn't matter what
I know. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
I'm in the middle of talking.
Hold on. Hey.
Can you do some moderation?
I'm going to let Dream finish his statement. You can respond to that. After that, we're going to move on soon because I do want to move on to other parts of this.
DeAndre, what you said initially was the reason why I think that their bias has been demonstrated in the court is because they did something that they're not allowed to do, or they're not that they couldn't do, right? Is that not what you said? Yes, sir. I just need a yes or no so I can ask the next one.
That they don't have the power to state attorneys don't have the power to do federal case.
So therefore, that's your premise, right? That's your premise, and it's necessary to reach the conclusion, therefore, that they're biased. If what I'm saying is true, meaning that in the future, right, that the courts would uphold that actually what you just said is not true, DeAndre. They do have this power, meaning that you no longer have the premise to stand on to reach your conclusion. If you don't have the premise to stand on to reach your conclusion is false because your premises have to be true in order for conclusions to be true. If the premise of they don't have the power is not true, meaning that they do have the power, therefore you can't reach a conclusion. Does it not make sense? Does that not make sense, DeAndre?
That was a bunch of word salad, but I already said that if that was the case, I would still disagree with what they did. But if the Supreme Court makes a decision, I would respect the Supreme Court's decision.
Yeah,
what is the new premise?
But Dream, like to push back against you here, right? We all have our legal opinions, right? We all have our interpretation of the Constitution. So it seems to me, and Pace, of course, can correct me if I'm wrong, that what he's saying is that, like, on his examination of the law, they don't have this ability to do that, right? So whether the Supreme Court or any other judge says that doesn't change his opinion. And he's saying that, like, if they do rule against his position, he will respect it, right? Because he respects their authority, but he just wouldn't agree with it. So it's still stands.
My response to that is that I understand he can have an opinion, but what would it take for him to have his opinion changed. If not,
nothing. It wouldn't change my opinion at all.
So you're closed-minded?
No, my opinion of it wouldn't change at all.
Are you closed-minded?
In this case, yeah. The only difference
that
would happen.
That's all the cope.
We don't need to talk about this anymore. You're closed-minded. We don't need to talk about this anymore. You're closed-minded.
Let's move on.
I was about to move on, but like I can't just let that just stand because I'm closed-minded when it comes to whether the Constitution allows religion to be a part of government, right? That there is a separation between that, like. So when I'm talking about this thing, well, of course we should have a separation, and we have like a free press, we have freedom of religion, in the Constitution, right? And then freedom of religion will require our government to have a separation between the two, because if there's a state-run religion, well then that imposes on the population a pressure, right? Either direct or indirect. So like I'm not budging on that, and you can say I'm closed-minded, but that's
a difference, Prime. The difference between those two, there's a difference between being closed-minded and having your mind made up. The reason why is because I can have my mind made up based on the evidence that I see and make the most rational conclusion from everything that I've seen. It's like I made up my mind because here's what makes sense. But it's difference between if I say I'm closed-minded, that means you can never change my mind, even if new evidence were to appear in front of me that therefore changes the rational conclusion. So I don't think you're saying, Prime, or I would hope that you don't believe that if new evidence were to come that makes sense to have your mind changed, that you wouldn't change your mind. I would hope that you're a rational person and a rational actor, that with new evidence that makes sense to lead to a different conclusion than your current one, that you would then change your mind. So, being a closed-minded person means that no matter what new evidence comes to me, I would never change my mind.
With the example that you're giving, I don't think that those things are comparable. It's not exactly like you're presenting evidence on some type of biological finding or some new animal species. This is something that is completely metaphysical. It's all about perceptions of law and religion, and Prime in my case of example. Now, if the courts said that okay, they have the power to do this, I would not agree with what they did in this case. But if the courts ruled on it, that's the case, and I have to respect what the court makes the decision.
No, but they're not. Hold on, wait. Well, Dream, I don't think you're taking him to task for what he's saying, and Pace, I think you're avoiding it, and they aren't calling you on this. Your original statement was. No, I'm talking about just Dream and Pace. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I just heard those two.
No, because you said Prime, so that's why I was like, I pushed back on Prime.
Oh no, I'm not talking about Prime. I'm only talking about Pace and Dream. So, Pace, your original statement was, it is not possible for them to bring this case, which I think is patently false. But that was your statement, and now you're saying that I'm going to respect their decision, but the question was never whether or not you would respect the decision. The question was whether or not they were allowed to have standing to bring this case. And that's what they're not taking you to task on. So wait. Hold on. I just want to finish. So we don't necessarily care whether or not you respect the opinion of the New York court, of the Supreme Court, or of any court. What we care about is that you understand that what happened wasn't illegal. And that's what you should be taking the task on, because you specifically said this was illegal. You didn't specifically say, I don't like what the New York court did. Well, you did say that, but the premise to you saying that the premise that you used to say that they were biased was that they did something illegal. And if these courts uphold that as the law, then the law is saying that what they did isn't illegal, which means that your premise, your premise for saying that they were biased is faulty. That's what you should be taking.
I said more than them doing that was biased.
I know you said more than that.
They campaigned on it. They went.
No, but that's not what's important.
What they have the legal eligibility to do. A state attorney is not supposed to be able to file federal charges.
No, but listen. The question that Dream asked you was, what is your evidence for them being biased? And I think I asked you this as well. You said my evidence is that they did something illegal. So if the pillar falls that what they did isn't illegal, then you either have to come up with a new conclusion for why they're biased, or you have to agree that you don't have a reason to say they were biased.
I don't have to come up with a new anything, because if they go through the channels and they go through the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court makes the precedent that what they did is perfectly fine, that's in future.
No, Supreme Court doesn't write law. No, Supreme Court doesn't write law.
The Supreme Court
no, you said this is, you're saying that they don't have standing.
The Supreme Court interprets law. So if this goes through the appellate court and the appellate court upholds it, and then they go to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court upholds it, then the Supreme Court has established that this is precedent. They can do this. It's retro. That's retrospective to me of my opinion.
No.
I don't have to change my opinions at all, but I can
No, that's not true.
the decision
That's
of
not
the
true.
of the court and go forward
No.
with whatever case that comes in the same venue as this in the future.
No, that's not true. You're weaseling. No, what you specifically said. No. Listen.
I agree with any of what they do.
I'm not asking you to respect anything. What I'm saying is that you're saying that right now they can't bring about the charges because of their position. The court. No. Hold on. I just want to finish. I just want to. I'll let you finish.
They did, but they weren't supposed to be able.
I'll let you finish. Right. The Supreme Court cannot read into, well, this person can do something that their position doesn't give them the authority to do. That's not what interpretation of the law is. They can't interpret. Prime isn't president, but Prime is able to write legislation and pass it, right? He's a legislator, but he can write legislation. They can't interpret that. That's not something that's up to interpretation.
Gambit. If it goes, he's wrong. He's wrong about the whole thing. I just looked it up.
No, I know that, but that's not what I'm arguing. I know.
Let's just argue the facts, because DeAndre, I just looked it up. That it was Special Counsel Jack Smith of the United States Department of Justice that filed the federal charges. Okay, then what case are you talking about particularly?
We're talking about the New York case, which they didn't charge them with what Pace is saying. They charged them with falsifying documents in the first degree in New York, which is legal. So what you're doing, you're saying
that's not even a federal case.
What I'm saying, they bootlegged it to a federal felony.
No, they didn't. But that's just not true. But and the reason why it's not true is why the cases went forward, and it's why no other court above them will find this is the grounds why this case was false. It's just not true. They charged them with a first degree federal, a first degree falsifying documents in the state of New York. That's what all evidence points to. You can't point to anything that says they charge them with whatever federal thing you're construing. That doesn't exist. And the reason it doesn't exist is because what you're saying is false. So, and that's what I want to take you to task on. Like I don't care about our different opinions on this. I don't even I have negative feelings on this case even going forward because of what I think it means for the country. But I think you're using a lot of false statements here. And that's the only thing I've called you on today is the statements that we all look up and they all turn out to be false.
Yep. I'm looking at the legal theory behind it. It's a federal kind.
No, don't look at the legal theory. Look at the case.
They filed with a campaign fine, a federal.
No, they didn't. It's falsifying business records in the first degree in the state of New York.
They're doing business records, but the entire premise on the federal
case.
No,
stop talking about the premise. What are the counts? What are the counts?
Campaign finance violations. That's what they're
trying
to bring them on.
No, stop saying what. Hold on. Wait. Stop saying what they're trying to do. Stop saying all of this conspiracy stuff. What are the counts? The counts are first. No. The counts are first degree falsifying documents. It's not everything that you just said. There's no evidence that they just found him guilty of federal campaign finance, is it? Can you look that up? Because I think it's falsifying documents in the first degree in the state of New York. I think those are the counts that it was 34 counts of falsifying documents. Yes. It wasn't 34 counts of campaign violation. So yeah. I just want you to look at the case and stop saying what you think they're trying to do or what you think may be next. Look at what's actually happening now. It's first degree business.
It's falsifying business records.
Falsifying business in the first degree.
New York Penal Law 175.10 which deals with falsifying business records in the first degree when the intent is to commit another crime or to aid or conceal the commission thereof. And
yes,
so it is
that's what they're charging him with.
It's a state crime by the Manhattan DA.
The other crime, which is the federal felony, is the campaign finance violation.
That doesn't
exist. That's what it's connected to.
We're going back to
exist.
Let's not do that.
No. Where's that stated?
So he's saying that behind. So what you just read, saying like there's a cover up, right? Basically, what's.
But they're not charging him with what he's covering up.
Yeah.
No, but that's why I want. No, but that's why I want Pace to.
Yeah, I just want to explain this to Dream just quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, Dream. So they're charging him with the cover up. He's guilty of the cover up, but not like being charged with the underlying whatever he was covering up. You know, and that. But the thing he's covering up. He's talking about a federal crime. But that's
why I want Pace to. But this is why I want Pace to be honest. Pace, I want you to be honest that they're not charging him with a federal campaign finance law. You keep saying they're doing something illegal because they're charging him with this crime. There is no evidence that they're charging him with this. And we know, and I believe you know, that they're not charging him with this. What you're saying is they're charging him with covering it up. Charging him with covering up is not the same as charging him directly with that charge. There are no counts of federal campaign finance in this case at all. Do you agree with that or do you disagree?
I'm reading over this real quick because everything that I have been reading for the last couple of years has been talking about this being a federal campaign finance violation.
But hold on, wait. I just want to recall something. Andre, this is what I asked you earlier, Andre. I said it seems like you've been reading a lot of things that have all come to be false. And my specific question to you is, what is your opinion of the people you've listened to, given that we've looked up that everything that they've been saying is false? This is another one. We've now stacked 5 things that you came to this debate with as your opinion, and we found that none of those things are true. My assumption is that should color the view that you have of the people who have told you certain things that you now know are factually inaccurate.
Right.
Does that change your opinion on any of that, DeAndre?
DeAndre, just to be clear, right, that charging somebody with the concealment of a crime can be done at a state level if it's breaking a state law. So that's what happened. If it's done in New York through New York things, you can, and it's breaking the law in New York, you can bring somebody to court with that, even if it's also a federal crime of whatever the crime that they did, right?
Underlying crime.
Right. So yeah. So meaning that it's legal for somebody to be taken to court for breaking the law of covering up a crime in New York by New York DAs, while also subsequent charges can be brought at the federal level. So both things can happen. It doesn't mean that it should only happen at the federal, right? Because state laws are broken, therefore state attorneys get involved. But if it's a federal law as well, with meaning this is a conjunction, crimes have been done in conjunction, you could also be taken at the federal level. So your claim that this was done illegally just because it's connected to a federal crime doesn't mean that the connection wasn't at the state level and that's a state crime and was rightfully tried at the state level. Does that make sense?
And specifically, because I think he's agreed with that, specifically, I want to understand your view of the legal scholars that have been giving false information. Because I think knowing, I want to make sure you think I'm not misconstruing this or painting this in the wrong light. I think it's factual to say that the legal scholars you've consumed from have openly lied about 4 or 5 different things about this case. And I want to know how you feel about that. How do you feel that these legal scholars have literally misled people on 4 blatant lies?
It looks to me as if the charges are different from what they were, because I'm looking here at
backfire effect. We're hitting a backfire effect. God damn it.
The unsealed 16-page indictment against Donald Trump accuses the former president of 34 felony counts of falsifying business documents, but it is accompanying a 13-page statement of facts released by a Manhattan district attorney to get to the heart of the case. In it, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg details allegations that the falsified business records were meant to conceal hush money payments to 3 people alleging extramarital affairs, and makes the case that payments were made illegally to help Trump's presidential campaign, which is trying to tie this into a federal campaign violation. That's the statement of facts that they delivered to the court case. They then changed the charges and lessened the charges to falsifying business records to as you stated here, they list that here, to cover with the intent to defraud and cover up another crime and aid and conceal the commission thereof. Of the charges, 11 counts were related to invoices by Michael Cohen, who was charged with a federal campaign finance violation. And they're
hold on,
trying
DeAndre. We don't need to read all of this. Let's just be clear, right?
they're
With
trying
the
to
with the
tie
update,
into that.
DeAndre,
That's what the
DeAndre,
court,
with the
what the
update,
entire
with the
Hold on,
DeAndre,
Dream.
was the
Hold on,
statement of fate.
Dream.
That
we
was
don't
the
need to.
statement of facts
We
that
don't
he
need.
listed as
I
part of
understand,
the
DeAndre.
case.
DeAndre, let's just be clear.
Okay.
Let's just be clear.
Wait,
Let's just be
wait,
clear.
Dream. Wait,
He needs to
Dream.
admit. He needs to admit this real quick, and then you go right after me. DeAndre, let's be clear. With the most up-to-date information that we have, would you agree that your previous statements done on this show were irrelevant? Yes or no, right? Because it didn't happen.
The statement of facts of Alvin Bragg was that this was
Wait,
to
no,
his
the
presidential
count,
campaign.
Okay.
the counts
Okay.
that he's being
Alvin Bragg-
connected with are what's important, not whether they opined about what they think the underlying things were. The facts of the matter here is that there's 32 or 35 or whatever charges of first degree business
Falsifying
fraud.
records. Yeah.
Falsifying records. None of that is campaign violation. They didn't deliberate about campaign violation. They deliberated about falsifying business records. Do you agree with that? Do you agree that there's 0 counts of federal
Campaign
campaign
violations.
finance? Yeah. Do you agree with that? That there's no counts, there's no evidence, there's no case that's happened over federal campaign finance. Do you agree with that?
I can't agree with that yet until it has been unsealed as to what exactly that other charge is. When I know what the other charge is,
the underlying crime. To be clear, there is no other charge.
Crime that is being supposedly the crime that this is.
But the underlying crime, they don't have to convict him with.
Yeah, you can commit a crime like that's irrelevant to this, right? Because whatever crime he did, we're talking about what are the current charges being levied against him that he's found guilty on, right? Aren't the current charges that he's being found guilty on, none of them are like campaign charges, correct? Would you agree with that, DeAndre?
Yeah, they have
No,
all business.
wait. Where I think he gets it is that the fact that Michael Cohen then like came in as a witness and therefore believes that because he showed like campaign violations and that was what Michael Cohen was charged for. I think that DeAndre believes that that then influences what like the court hears. But the judge was specific on that you cannot find Trump guilty solely on the fact of what Michael Cohen said or did alone. And that's very specific.
That's correct. The judge did say that they could disregard his entire testimony if they so desired.
Right, but they did or did not. We will not know. We don't know because that's all very specific. But irregardless of that one claim, I think that you should like hear everybody else's argument that it's not solely based on a campaign finance claim. It is on the fact that he did falsify his records.
I'm basing it on the statement of facts presented by Alvin Bragg. He presented the case with a statement
Alvin
of facts.
Bragg has nothing have to do with this.
He's the prosecutor who prosecuted the case. How the fuck does he have anything to do with it?
Because everything has to do with what was like done in the court now.
The statement of facts is what he presented to the court. He presented the statement
of
facts.
I do have another question. Wait, Razor. I do have another question for you, DeAndre. Is this: would you be willing to change your mind if we sent you articles that you could read to there maybe change your mind, and you send us articles that you've been reading? Here are these legal scholars that say such and such, and we can give you some other things that would like come back to our facts.
No, I'll be willing to change my mind once the judge does the sentencing and everything is out in the open, so I can see what the other charge is, or what the underlying crime is, should I say.
We're not gonna get it.
Hold on,
Okay.
DeAndre.
The judge has to give it when he does the sentencing.
He's
Wait,
not.
wait,
no,
wait.
I'm saying you are not going to ever understand because you are currently in what is called the backfire. We have given you all of the facts. We have given you as much information as possible to help you understand this, but you are so cognitively dissonant that when we ask you now, what do you think of this? You dig right the fuck back to your broken-minded worldview. You are never going to get it.
What was revealed by the prosecutor.
DeAndre,
you're never going to get it. No, I say we move forward to a completely different and talk about something else because he's never going to get it. Can we just agree to that, please?
I just wonder, DeAndre, when you say that you'll need the judges like reveal the underlying crime, the arguments that I've been making this whole time is even if whatever crime it may be, it wouldn't change the fact of the matter that currently the DA is not charging Donald Trump with anything that is illegal, which is one of your premises for why it's biased, right? Do you understand that?
Well, technically, no, he's not charging with anything that's illegal. He's charging with falsifying of business records, which, to be completely fair to Donald Trump, the judge didn't allow him to even make the case that it was done on legal counsel's advice, which would mean it would actually be a crime committed by Michael Cohen and not Donald Trump.
No, but wait. That's because I think intent isn't required to be charged with it. But we can look that up.
No, because they said that the jury did go over intent through in their deliberation.
Wait, so who did something illegal? I'm sorry, and what was done illegal?
Technically, what is supposed to have done is Michael Cohen, because he's the fixer. He's the lawyer who did it. He told them to label it as lawyer's expense. Trump labels it lawyer's expense. Michael Cohen goes in and does
the command of his boss.
Wait, so you said that Trump could
Trump? Hey, wait. Yeah, I can't. It was like 8 people talking.
The judge refused the defense.
Stop.
Using it as I took this on the defense of legal counsel. The judge removed that as an option for them to use as a defense.
So, Pace, I want to ask you a question. Let's say I want to commit a murder and I get a legal opinion that, yes, murder is okay. And then I go commit murder. Do you think I should be able to go to the court and say, hey, I committed this murder because I got this on legal counsel and they said that this was fair? That's why you can't use that excuse. You can't say, hey, I got an opinion that's against the law and I should be innocent because I got advice that was against the law, right? Like you would never be okay with somebody using that excuse in the court of law that you didn't like.
It's happened several times before in other court cases.
I don't believe
it's
you.
It's something that's typical, particularly when it comes to people on business records.
So hold on, wait. To be clear, you're saying someone was given immunity because of advice.
Not immunity.
So what are you saying? Because when you say it's been done several times, I'm only asking you what is it? Because next I'm going to ask you to cite the case and send me documents, and I want to find that what you're about to claim right now is inside of those documents. So what is it? Because it sounds like you're saying
what I'm saying is when somebody uses the defense that I took this on the advice of counsel, that's used a lot in court cases. A lot of times it gets thrown out, but it's used a lot in court cases as a defense. The judge in this case didn't even allow it to be used as a defense.
So he threw it out. He legally threw it out, like you just said.
Because
so you said it gets thrown out often, and he threw it out.
I said it gets thrown out sometimes, but
no. You said it gets thrown out.
He didn't allow it to even. He didn't even allow it to be brought.
What's the difference between
the argument was thrown out?
What's the difference?
The argument was thrown out.
The difference is that it's like, for example, what the judge did with Michael Cohen's testimony. He effectively threw it out. He gave them the option to use it or not, but he said that ignore all of the testimony because it wasn't relevant. He did the same.
No, he didn't throw that out then.
He did the same thing with Stormy Daniels' testimony. Her entire thing was irrelevant to the case, and he said ignore all of that.
If it's not allowed and it's thrown out, isn't the result the same?
No, because they didn't even give the opportunity for the defense to present that as a case to the jury. It would be different if the defense had that person come on at trial as a witness, present the case. The judge determines that this isn't relevant, and then he tells the jury to forget all of that.
Are you
throwing it out?
Are you then hoping by having such testimony not allowed but thrown out, you're hoping that because it was allowed and thrown out, that somehow even after it's thrown out, it would influence them to take it seriously? Is that what you're hoping?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like you're saying. It sounds like you're saying something that shouldn't apply should be able to affect the outcome of the case.
They allowed it for the prosecution. They allowed Stormy Daniels to testify.
Wait. I feel like when I asked you, wait.
This
hold on. Hey,
would be the entire crutch.
No, wait.
Crutch of what the Trump defense would have been, which was I did it on advice of Michael Cohen, the counsel. Then they could take him as.
I'm gonna ask you the question again. Go ahead, but I'm gonna ask you again. It sounds like I asked you a direct question. I said, and Dream did too. Do you think this should have been presented with the hopes that it affected the outcome of the case? Your rebuttal to that was, well, they let the defense do it. They let the prosecution do it. Are you saying yes, and you want?
Yeah. Well, yes, they should have been able to use this as a defense because this is.
No, that's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that.
Of their defense on the case is that they did this on the defense of Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen was the star witness of the prosecution.
That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
They had him there for the defense. They didn't even get a chance to bring in what's his name?
I didn't ask you any of this. I didn't ask you any of this. My specific question to you, and I'll ask you again, is if you agreed that this often gets thrown out as a defense. These were your words, not mine. You said this is often thrown out. So my question is, it sounds like you're saying, I wanted this to be presented to be thrown out. And that can be for multiple reasons. I'm asking you if one of those multiple reasons is your hopes that this would have been presented and thrown out, but still affect how the jury see the case. Is that yes or is that no?
I'd say yes. Because it gives the defense the opportunity to actually present fully their case. If the judge determines that it's not relevant, he can then throw it out. But to not give the defense the opportunity to make their case at all.
You can.
DeAndre, I have a question.
DeAndre, can't do it because it's not relevant to the case. He can make it to where you're not allowed to do it because it's not relevant to the case. If you think he has to do it so they can throw it out because it's not relevant, you're stupid.
DeAndre, I have a question. Do you not want to have a jury with the facts that are only relevant to the case, and to have them be able to judge the case as much as possible to the best of its ability when to the relevant facts of the case, right? Meaning that wouldn't it be best to not have irrelevant facts on the case be said at all? Wouldn't you want to maximize that reality?
You would, but in this case, when the prosecution star witness already was the lawyer, Michael Cohen.
Wait, DeAndre, you already answered. So you said yes, you do want that reality. And would you not agree that that reality is consistent with throwing out or rejecting evidence that is irrelevant to the case? Wouldn't you believe that?
I would, if it weren't for the fact that the prosecution's star witness was the defense's counsel.
DeAndre, no. Here's what you really want to say. What you really want to say is, I hope.
How the fuck are you going to tell me what I really want to say? I just said what I really wanted to say.
Okay.
The prosecution's
okay. DeAndre, I misspoke. Here's what I think you would. Here's what I think is more aligned with your value.
I just said what was more aligned with
I'm not. I understand this. This is what you said. I'm telling you what I think. I'm not telling you what you think.
Well, what you think is just fucking wrong because I've just said what I think.
I'm not telling you what you think, brother. I'm not telling you what you think, DeAndre. I'm telling you what I think. I'm not telling you what you think.
You're telling me what you think about what I think.
No, I'm not. That's why I hope you listen. I'm not saying that. I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you what I think aligns more with your values. That is not what you think. You understand? So here, what I think aligns better with your value of maximizing the reality of throwing out irrelevant stuff and having the jury decide only on what's relevant is that the judge does throw out what the defense has that is irrelevant and also throws out what the prosecution has that's irrelevant. And you would hope that in the case of the prosecution with the Stormy Daniels testimony, that it would have been rejected before it was even had the ability to be thrown out. That's what aligns better with your value. Here, you're just saying, I want revenge, or I want like.
I didn't say anything about revenge. I'm saying that.
That's why I said or. That's why I said or. That's why I said or. If I use the wrong word, you don't have to harp on the word. That's why I said or. That's why you're saying you want to get even, right? Meaning that.
Say anything about getting even.
Okay, listen. This is what you're saying exactly. What you're saying exactly is
said what I said.
Here's what you're saying exactly. What you're saying exactly is because the prosecution was allowed to do it, therefore the defense should be allowed to do it. But that's in the contradiction to your value, which is maximizing the jury to have as much as little of relevant content as possible. So just because the prosecution has irrelevant content according to your perspective doesn't mean that therefore you open the floodgates for the defense to also have irrelevant content. Meaning that if you were to be maximally agreeing with your value, which is let's have as little as relevant content for the jury to deliberate on, you would have to say even if the prosecution had irrelevant content go through, that doesn't mean I should advocate and be okay with or want the irrelevant content to go through when it comes to the defensive side. Does that not make sense?
I would expect the judge to be fair to both parties.
That's not what I asked.
And allow for testimony to be comparable to both parties. Like I said, in this particular
thunder, if they had let him testify.
DeAndre, I asked the question.
Michael Cohen did testify.
DeAndre, can you answer my question? DeAndre, I just want my question to be answered, and then you can go on your diatribe as long as you want. I don't care. I just want you to answer my question.
Your question.
No.
Several times over.
No. I asked a yes or no question. You didn't say yes or no. My question was, isn't it consistent with your value of having the jury wanting as little as irrelevant content as possible? Isn't it consistent to then want, if it's already happened in the past that something irrelevant went through, isn't it consistent to still want not irrelevant things to go through? Meaning that just because the prosecution had irrelevant content go through doesn't mean that you should advocate for the same on the opposite side with the defense in your terms of whatever fair is.
I understand what you mean by consistent, because if you're going to say in that case, if you're saying it's consistent, then the answer would be no, because the prosecution did it and then the defense doesn't.
No. I said consistent with your value. I said, DeAndre, consistent with the value, not just consistent in general. It's just a known concept in general. I said consistent with the value. What is your value? Your value of wanting as little content that is irrelevant in the jury so that the jury can deliberate as much as possible with the facts that only matter. How does that occur? That occurs with advocating always for no matter what happened before, always advocating for irrelevant content not to go through. So even if it's happened before that irrelevant content went through, you still want as little as irrelevant content to happen. Therefore, you continue to advocate for as irrelevant content as much. For example, I'll give you a good example to demonstrate what I'm talking about. I want as little racism as possible in the world. Just because white people were racist to me doesn't mean that I'd be like, hey, I want to get even. I think it's just as much fair for me to also be racist to these white people, right? No, if I'm somebody that says I want as little racism as possible, that means that even if I was just had racist thing done to me right now, it means that I should still advocate in the future to not do racist things and still be holding strong to not do racist things. That is if I have the value for racism to be gone. Now, if what you're saying is true, DeAndre, and you want as little as irrelevant content in the courtroom as possible, then you should still hold true that you do not want anything more irrelevant to happen, even if irrelevant things were happened before. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
I would agree with you. As I said, it is different because the star witness of the prosecution's team was the legal counsel for the defense. The legal counsel, the defense would be cross-examining the prosecution's star witness, Michael Cohen, who was legal counsel for Donald Trump. They would be cross-examining him without the ability to even ask him questions such as, did my client do this on your advice? They couldn't ask him those questions because the judge said you can't say anything about taking this on legal counsel. So since he's already there as the witness, it's
irrelevant, and it would still make it to where he had a hand in the covering up.
DeAndre, you're talking about things that I'm not asking you. I asked her yes or no, and then you continue not.
I said that I agree with you.
Okay, no, you didn't. Sorry. You said I would agree with you if. That's not my question. I didn't ask that question.
Hey. We can ask him more questions about that later. Like,
I'm about to get on DeAndre's side. My boy Trump about to win in 2024, though. Ain't that right? No, Trump really is gonna win. That's what we need to talk about.
Oh, I think he could easily still win.
The Democrats probably just gave him victory with this.
I don't believe that for a second, but I would like to talk about something that is a possible consequence. It's probably not, but it's something that could be done because of petty little fucking loser Republicans. The fact that he is now a convicted felon, Trump can now no longer vote. He is no longer allowed to vote.
Depending on what state he's in.
Convicted felons cannot vote.
In New York?
Yeah. You can
I believe
vote.
Possibly in New York.
I have friends.
Yeah, he's probably registered.
Yeah, you can vote.
He's changed his primary address now to Mar-a-Lago, so he's Florida now.
Not if he goes to a federal prison.
He goes wherever the Secret Service will allow him to go.
Oh God, we had this argument already. I don't believe the Secret Service will be able to.
He has to go to prison first. To not be able to vote.
Yeah, and I don't believe the Secret Service will be able to stop the New York State authorities from carrying out a lawful arrest in this case when if he is convicted. Right now, I also don't believe that anyone else knows for sure what would happen if that occurs. Right, so if Trump is in his sentencing later this year. Let's say he's convicted, and either now or after appeals, let's say he's even president. Let's ignore that for a second, right?
Let's not ignore that.
No, because we can go back to that.
I know.
Yeah. But the first scenario, I was saying this earlier, that in the first scenario, before he's elected, that I don't think the Secret Service is getting into a standoff with New York authorities saying that you can't arrest the president.
They're not going to get into
convicted.
Standoff. I think what most scholars have said is what would likely happen is they would quarantine a section of the prison or wherever they would do or house arrest, whatever it was, and they would quarantine that. They take the entire area and they have that area.
That's what I was saying.
Will he still have Secret Service?
Yeah.
Wait.
The only way he would get rid of Secret Service is if the current president or future president removes his ability to have Secret Service.
Wait, so his Secret Service has to go to jail with him? That's ride or die.
Yes.
So if that ends up happening, so if that is the thing where he does end up in jail, which he fucking needs to, there's of course going to be people who like Biden might even say like, "Hey, it's going to be a waste of money. I'm going to take away the Secret Service, and there's no reason for him to have it if he's going to be in there." Because Biden could like make that argument. It's like, there's no reason for him to need
I
it
don't
more
think,
because he's sitting in
but
jail.
I doubt Biden would, because I don't think Biden would want that to happen to him.
Yeah,
right?
he probably wouldn't, but that's
wait, but wait, couldn't the Secret Service bring forward a case because like this is like unfair and cruel treatment that they have to spend this time in jail just because the ex-president went to jail,
All they gotta
Like,
do,
And that's
they're
why
like,
you
no,
can
they're
get
just
rid of it.
no,
they're
this could
just
be like
security
this
guards.
could be like unfair work conditions.
There was a no, but like I was gonna say,
And that
like,
means it
No,
can
I'm
quit.
being
Oh,
serious.
well, that's
No,
what you're
no,
getting paid for.
No, wait, I'm being serious though. Like, imagine if you were hired and your job was, yo, you have to go sit in jail with this person.
You don't
Like, that's
have to sit in
crazy.
jail. You don't have to sit in a prison
It
cell.
would probably be
Okay,
much
hold on,
different for them.
I would like because I don't want this topic to go into like the Secret Service thing because we can get into fucking whatever.
No, but I think that's what's important. Like, a jail is a jail is a like so my stepdad worked at a prison for like 12 years. And a prison is like dangerous. So if I'm the Secret Service and I gotta like be in this prison,
They also have to
you
take a
could be in
bullet. They
danger.
also have to take a
No,
bullet for the
he's
president,
not.
right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
that's
that's
their
different.
job.
Wait.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait.
So,
Right. He's gonna be doing.
Hold
He's
on.
gonna be doing
Being
this all
subjected to a
alone.
being subjected to a dangerous environment and having the ultimate authority of trying to take bullets from people, those aren't the same thing. Like, if I'm permanently in a dangerous environment, that's much more different.
He's
That's
not
what I'm
gonna
saying.
be.
That's what I'm
He's
saying.
not gonna be in a dangerous environment.
That's what I'm saying about
makes a relatively a good point. There's more than a chance that it won't be actual prison time. It'll just be house arrest.
We know, but that's why we're talking specifically about prison time, because like I'm saying that if he does get prison time, what happens after that? And I think it
probably wouldn't be that. It probably wouldn't be what DSU's saying, where they're in danger. They're going to be so far removed from the rest of the prison.
No, they're in danger, period, if they're in a prison. There is no safety.
Wait a minute. Gambit. Hold on, Gambit. Hold on, Gambit. They said originally, I don't know who said it, but it's going to be a section of the jail.
None of that matters.
Yes, it does matter.
No, it's a dangerous environment.
No, listen. It's not going to be a dangerous environment. This is going to probably be the most safe environment that any of the other jails, other jailers would probably receive if, right? He went to a physical federal prison, right?
No, wait. Debate queen. Just because he's safer. Just because they're safer than other people in the jail doesn't mean they're in a safe environment.
They're in a safe environment because guess what? He's by himself, and they're going to let him go out to the like say the yard by himself. He's going to be doing everything by himself. He's going to probably be eating by himself. He's not going to be doing anything with any other like jailhouse people.
But debate queen, hold on. Here's the thing. Here's a possible scenario. The people in those prisons can like collaborate to like overtake it and do like a prison riot and then like attack.
Yeah, there's no such thing.
The Secret Service would kill all of them before they even got the idea.
No.
You know how I feel about that.
With the possibility of like having a sectioned off thing like that and everything, I understand what you're talking about. I think honestly probably would never happen, even if he did get prison time. It would just be like a constant protection thing around him because it would cost way too much money to section off a thing of the prison, and it would be way too much logistics to have it happen at all. I feel like with a big consequence of this, possibly, and it's the reason I ended up bringing up the whole felons not being able to vote thing. I feel like something that Republicans for fucking decades have been stopping is prison reforms and the bill and any bill that would let felons vote. And I feel like with this, now that it's one of their own, now they'll finally say like, hey, felons should be allowed to vote, and then they'll screw themselves. So
Republicans passed criminal justice reform about
have they ever allowed felons to vote?
They can vote in my state.
Yeah, and there are states where you can vote.
I'm saying like federal.
My state's Mississippi. They can vote in the federal election. I have a best friend who's a convicted felon.
No, you can't.
Yes, he can.
Non-federal.
Go Google that shit.
Well, he's voting. I don't know.
Well, he's probably doing it illegally.
You said Mississippi.
Yeah, he can vote in our elections here. He can vote.
He said state elections, but you're talking about state elections.
He voted for president last time.
That's a federal election.
Okay, so he's saying you can vote for federal. Oh, you guys can check that out. But Gambit, while they're looking that up, it's true. The more interesting question though is because we were talking about appeals, right? What if they appeal this for 2 years? Like what if like in 2 years he runs out of appeals and they're like, well, I mean, you've been sentenced to, let's say, 5 months in jail, because maximum is 4 years, but he's not getting anywhere near that. So let's say 5 months in jail, but he's president at the time, right? I think it would just be a deferred. I think it'd be a deferred sentence, right? I think they were like, okay, well, you'll do this, but it'll be a deferred sentence until
minor question. I don't know.
Hold on, please. Until after you're done being president, right? But if that wasn't the case, that would be amazing, right? The moment where the New York State police show up at the White House and say he's got to come with us, like
that's
that would
crazy,
be,
yo.
amazing.
Yeah, I don't think he's definitely probably not going to prison. That's crazy. But if any of this happens, that's going to be insanity, man.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I think Mississippi still imposes a lifetime ban on voting for individuals convicted of certain
23 barred crimes. That's why I wanted to ask a basic question. You said you're like, if it's not too personal, like, do you know what your friend did?
I think it was some minor drug shit.
Okay, then probably fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can't vote while incarcerated, while on probation, or while on parole. Your right to vote can only be restored by governor and through a bill passed by those House legislature. Yeah,
if it's one of those 23.
Right to vote.
Yeah.
Okay. The barred crimes include voter fraud or murder, rape, bribery, theft, arson.
We don't have to go through them all. We don't have to. We got it. But yeah, I think what I was trying to get to before Gambit is I think that we are going to run headfirst to a bunch of constitutional crises, right?
Yeah. So hold on, wait. I think a thing embedded in this, because I don't think I got your opinion on this. I do think this is crazy because this shouldn't be the case. I think this bolsters his possibility of being president. How do you feel about that? Do you think this is going to hurt him, or do you think this is going to help him?
But there's actually apparently, and this is something my grandma had called me like when this happened because I was working, and she was celebrating it with him getting convicted. She stated that there was apparently a poll that was done that said something along the lines of 70% of people who said they were going to vote for Trump said that if he was found guilty, they're no longer going to vote for him.
No, it was 75% said they still would vote for him.
2 years ago.
But the point is that, but hold on, I was going to bring up this polls. So, and the question was to me. So, there are polls that say that a certain percentage of the Republicans would not vote for Trump if he was found guilty of felonies, right? So, and I believe some of them, right? But the problem is there is a difference between theoretics and a theoretical event and an actual event. So he's actually becoming convicted of these crimes, and they may have all kinds of feelings about like this case, right? So one, we have to like have a poll right now to see where people are at, and then in a week, and then in a month, right, to see where they're at. Because I guarantee you, people are going to shift radically on this. One way or the other, people are going to shift.
The big one is.
I think. Hold on. Let me just finish. Let me just finish. Oh my. Let me just finish. Please. So I don't know where everything is going to shake out. Now, my intuition here would be that this is going to rally support initially, and I think that especially with the hush money case, that a lot of I think a lot of Trump supporters will have a lot of the ideas that Pace had, right? That we just went through. But they're not going to be on a debate panel where we like go through each of these things and have a wildly different opinion as to like what's actually happening here, because they've all been listening to unscrupulous legal scholars as well, right? So I think our understanding of the cases from from people on our side of the political spectrum and on their side is wildly different from the start, right? Especially
Hey,
this
Pace
particular
got
case.
kicked out, I think, too, or he left because you brought up his scholars. No, he's back in the room.
Let me pull him back in. Yeah. But yeah, I think we're going to have wildly people on different sides of the spectrum have wildly different understanding of this case, and so some people are going to feel like it's not it's a miscarriage of justice, and this will only strengthen this hand. So I would. So if I right this second, without further evidence in the form of more polls, start backing things up, I would say that he actually might have a stronger hand now. Oh yeah.
I would agree. I would agree with you, Prime. I think that this particular case and the one with Letitia James helps Donald Trump. The case that would hurt him isn't going to be seen this year. That's the case of Jack Smith and the federal documents case. That one's not going to be seen this year. If
That was
it
a
is
Trump
seen this
appointed
year,
judge.
it's going to be probably sometime in December if it is seen this year. But that would be the one that would hurt him if there's an eviction on that one. That's the one that most people in the legal atmospheres are looking
I
at
think
as the ones that's damaging.
So I think the Georgia case is damaging if they reveal the phone calls where he said, "Hey, I need you to go find the votes." I think those phone calls came out now. But what's the federal documents case is just whether or not he um de whatever I can't think of the word.
Declassified.
Yes, declassified. Jeez, my brain stopped working.
No
Whether he
worries.
declassified them or not while he had the authority. That's not that. Like, where do you?
That one?
When you
That
say
one's
that one
hard.
might have,
That one's hard to. That one's even hard to prove because the president doesn't have to go through any process to declassify anything. Now, a member of the executive branch serving under him, they have to. They have to go
no,
through
but
proper channels. But we had a case with Bill Clinton with the soccer. He had tapes up in there. The Supreme Court Justice, not Supreme Court, Second Circuit Court Justice made a case on that one that the president, being the executive, gets to decide
yeah,
what executive records, what is personal, and what is given to the government. And that was the precedent. I think it
no.
was
So
2013, was it?
yeah, so what you're saying is that's what I'm saying. So if I look at these two cases, there's the case in Georgia where they're saying, "Hey, he tried to make people falsify the election." And there's the case that you're talking about, which is whether or not he declassified a document. I'm saying the case about declassifying the documents is not going to sway a person that wants to vote for Trump. They're going to say, man, he declassified it and they're doing him wrong and they're wrongfully convicting him.
I don't know. I mean, I'm
I
just
also
going by
think
the polls. I'm just going by the polling. That's what they said. The polling data said that stuff, that particular case was one that they were watching really hard.
I also think that like it's like I know DeAndre I looked into this previously and it's like a little unclear like what the process is for the president.
There is none.
But here's the thing, right? Like let's imagine this. Let's imagine that I took documents and I haven't, prosecutors that are watching. I took toxic documents. I have them in my house, right? And then I say, well, the president declassified these documents. And that president happened to have died just recently. The president declassified these particular documents. He did it in his head, right? Because there's no process. It must be the case.
There's no proof. I think in that particular case, I think you go to jail because you if the president declassifies documents and he keeps them for himself in his personal records, that's one thing. But if the president declassifies documents and he gives them to another individual, there's a chain of custody that has to go with those documents.
Yeah. So it has to be. So if there's no proof, no outward proof that you actually did this, I don't know how anyone else is supposed to believe that you did this. Like if we're in that situation and the president is dead and the president can't say, oh, yes or no, that I declassified them, right? Well, then we could say that any particular document has been declassified. He did it. I know he did it because he did it in his head, right? Oh, he told me we had a conversation and he told me that it was classified. And then, I
do think it is that loosey-goosey, though, unfortunately.
It really is. The president, I believe there was a case, I think it's the same 2013 case where the judge basically said that a president can stand over a box of documents and wave his hand over and say, I declassify this, and it's done. But
yeah,
if the president is going to be giving those documents to somebody for a book or something, the former president, does have to have a chain of custody for those documents as to who has it and where they're going.
Yeah, a lot of legal scholars were saying that for sure. 100%. I think I read that like late last year or something like that.
I think it was the same legal scholars that said something about like how the case was run. I don't know.
Okay, all right.
Okay. We've gone over time. So we'll just leave things here, guys. If you enjoyed this, I didn't make a call for this previously, but if you enjoyed this, consider supporting the channel. If you have an Amazon Prime Prime Gaming, consider giving using that on this channel. It really helps out a ton. If you want this content, this was a bit of a special edition, but special day. Then consider supporting the channel and keeping us up and running. Do need your help to make that happen. So subs to the channel, give bits or give subs, or if you're on YouTube, consider using Super Chat. Be much appreciated. All right. I'll give an outro to all these people. I never gave you guys an intro, but I'll give you an outro. I'm sorry for a friend, Razor. Razor, thanks for being here, friend.
Oh, so start with me. Okay. Hey, no problem.
1 second before you do that. I didn't realize we were in a hype train. D10 Dream, thank you for the resub for the Prime Gaming. And then thank you Gambit for gifting us up to Corwin Charlie. Oh, we're close to a hype train. That's what it is. So consider helping us out to get to that hype train. But yeah. That's how again guys, this is how we power community is by kind individuals like you. Razor, thank you for getting 5 subs. Hey, it's really kind of you, man. Thank you for that. That's really, really cool. Yeah, man, that it's a huge help when you guys assist this channel. I can't do it without you guys. So thank you. We're in a level 1 hype train. Level 1 hype train. Subs to channel, give bits or give subs to keep this hype train. Level 2, excuse me, level 2 hype train. Because of Razor's kind help. Level 2 hype train. We're 12% done. 88% left. Help us get to a level 3 hype train. Subs to channel, give bits or give subs to help us keep going and part of this community. Thank you so much. Razor, again, thank you for the 5 subs. And now 201 subs. You're just above 200 subs gifted. And you've been here not all that long, Razor, but you've been consistently helping this community. So we do appreciate you.
About a year and a half, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, can I say, if Razor's not going to say it, go follow him. He's got 20 followers left to get to 50, which it will need to get to affiliate. And please, if you can ever, and you have them on, just put them in the background if you're just going about your day or whatever, because everything will help him get to affiliate.
Well, the main thing I need is the average viewer. I've gotten the followers, but I would like more, obviously. So please do that. But I do need average viewers, people who want to watch me. And I guess this will be part of my outro. Hey, thank you so much. Oh, speaking of which, my follow sound bit is that time when Prime read out the when it comes to niggas. I have that as my sound bit. I have that as my sound for whenever someone follows.
What did I say?
You said when it comes to niggas, most liberals. That was how you read it, and I said I get clipped, and I was making my follow sound.
I don't
That's
remember
what it is.
this, but okay, fair enough. But thank you for that.
But yes. Yeah, thank you to everyone who's coming to follow. Thank you to everyone who's gonna who will watch. I've been trying to get more and more into posting things on my YouTube now that I have. I'm having running of a few No Man Lands episodes there.
Oh, you play No Man?
I have a show called No Man's Land.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I do a little show with a co-host called No Man's Land bi-weekly. I'm planning on doing panels on the off weeks of the show based off whatever topic we talk about. In normal days, I will be playing video games. I'm right now in the middle of Final Fantasy X. I'm near the end game. Just finished the Omega Ruins. Come join me for those. After that, I'm probably gonna go to I'm probably gonna play Hades, not Hades 2, because I want to play the first one first. I have such a bad history of playing the sequels long before I play the originals. I don't know why, and I want to stop that. But yeah, thank you so much to everyone, and yeah, this was fun. Yeah, fuck Trump. He's guilty on all 34. Let's go. Okay.
It wasn't that bad. It was. Less than a minute left. Or the hype train. Consider helping us out so we can save this hype train. 12% done. If you're out there, if you want ad-free viewing, if you want our emotes, consider doing that. It'd be helpful if you did. Less than a minute left. Sub channel, give subs. Okay. Thank you, DQ, for being a part of this as well.
Thank you so much for inviting me. You know, if it's Thursday, it's all black everything. It's all black everything. It's all black everything. Oh yeah. It's usually the little thing I do in front of my thing. But anyway, it is all black everything. And this is honestly where I love to be. If you enjoyed anything I had to say, please come follow me. I'm right here at the Debate Queen at all social media channels. And yeah, come subscribe to me. And I have really cool emotes as well. And yeah.
DQ has a silky smooth voice there. Maybe we should make that to the intro for the show. But thank you so much, though. And thanks again to the people who helped out with the hype train. Yeah. Let's go to D10 Dream. Thank you, friend, for being here, and all of you supporting as well. Really kind of you, friend. But yeah, thanks for coming around.
Oh, no problem. Thank you so much for having me. I made it as soon as I got home. Tried my best to get here. I'm sorry I'm late, but things have been going really smooth for my career, on the up and up, coming. Y'all talking about Donald Trump and Biden. I'm remember Hatim Mansouri.
Okay, when you
talk about politics, probably gonna have a panel. ABE, is Dream's policy okay? What do you think about Dream?
We're gonna roast you.
You're about to be like, "Is Dream's? What the fuck is wrong with Dream's policy? What the hell?" Y'all about to. I can't wait for that.
I want to make it. I want to make
it an entire hilarious.
Roasting you. I'm gonna make an entire video doing nothing but roasting you. That's all I'm gonna do.
We're gonna get you on. We're gonna get you on to defend it, right? And then GSU is gonna rain you down, right? A logic tree.
You about to see the comments. You about to see the comments Hatim possible. It's about to be a political Hatim. Like, thank you for that question. Gambit, thank you for that question. Nah, for real. Yeah, CB in 2 years, Hatim for school board, brother.
Love it. Love it. We love to see people rise. Shout out to you. What is this picture?
Yo, this is insane. This is on a website.
That's
crazy.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Is this copyright infringement?
Did you copyright it?
ABE Nation.
Did you copyright it? Because all of these is not bees. These people ain't
Nah.
these.
What the fuck am I looking at? This is a bunch of
Oh no. Oh no.
They're
All right,
Latino.
we gotta put this on. We're gonna put this on screen.
This is wild.
ABE.
Hold on, I feel like I
fuel your moment. Oh my god, Chad, are you seeing this?
Okay, for anyone who's on my side here,
it's black because of the color, not because of the people. So it is different.
Yeah. Look at these people. These people ain't black.
Yeah, we're looking at this right now.
None of these people's black.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Shit.
Wow. You seen all this, chat? Oh my god.
Fuck the supplements. Fuck the supplements. That's not what the fuck we after.
We got the way ISO brownie batter. We got the ultimate pre-workout. We got it's all workout shit.
Brownie batter.
Yeah, none of this
kind
shit
of,
is like great, honestly.
Brownie batter sounds like a double entendre right there. But
hey girl, you want some brownie batter?
Oh no! Is that what you tell
Starlight?
Starlight when you get down and dirty? Hey baby, you want some of my brunch?
Okay.
No.
I can't even fucking say it.
No, you see what I do actually. What I do say is I do the last little finger under the chin. It's like, you want some of this caramel macchiato?
Oh Lord.
Okay,
Lord.
let's move past this. Pace, thank you for being here, friend.
Oh, anytime. It was a good conversation to have. I do need to make
She's gonna kill me.
one correction I saw in the comments. There were rumors that after the conviction today that the Trump donation pages went down because of people were donating too much. That's not actually true. What happened was the Trump team took them down to update it with the new information about the conviction. So it wasn't because of excessive donations. So, but I think it was great conversation. Always fun to join you guys here. My schedule has become a little wonkier. I've changed businesses. Went back to selling RVs. So, very tired by the time I get home. My vehicle is in the shop, so I have to ride my bicycle to work, a 20-mile round trip.
Drive an RV.
So that is a
Jesus.
long
You should buy an RV. I know a guy.
Look, if this lady buys this Tiffin Wayfair tomorrow, I will buy one because that was $166,000. And so
Nice.
if she buys that tomorrow, I should have a pretty good check to be able to.
What commission do you get? 5%?
Well, shit.
I get 20%.
20%? God damn.
20% on front end gross. So I'm not getting 20% of the 166,000. I'm getting 20% off of like 30,000.
All of the profits that the company.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so I'm getting 20% off of like 30,000. So if with the taxes and all the other stuff we add up to it, and then whatever that front end gross is, 30%, then I'll take 20% of that. So still
it's a nice check.
Change.
Yeah. Well, shout out to you, man. Let's
so
go.
If you guys need some campers, somebody needs some campers, send them my way.
Yeah.
I'll give you a good price.
What's the cheapest RV? What's the cheapest RV you got?
Cheapest RV I have right now on the lot is a used 2012 Primetime Lacrosse.
I just need the price. Just give me the price.
$8,400.
Damn.
Okay.
It's not bad. 8,400.
Is it like?
I'm saying damn to how cheap it is.
Is it an RV that you have to pull? You have to have a truck to pull it?
That's a bumper pull. Yeah. Truck.
Oh, okay.
Now
I'm like 84.
Cheapest drivable one I have right now is a Conquest. It's 2024, and it is 74,000. It's a Class C RV, and really nice, really cheap for a Class C.
My goal is when I turn 40 to buy an RV and like go around the fucking US in RV.
You turn 40, you want to buy an RV? I tell you,
I got
best one to get, depending on what you want. What you want? Big? You want small?
I want to be able to ride with the fam for sure.
Okay. Okay, Clarence Thomas.
Get yourself.
Wow.
Get yourself a class
Wow.
A.
Wow.
Clarence
Not
Thomas.
Clarence.
Class A bus.
He used an
no,
RV.
because he likes RVs.
Yeah, he
He
So you
likes
call him
RVs.
Clarence?
Why do y'all
A
know
lot of
much
black
about
folks
Clarence
like
Thomas?
RVs.
Because
all
he
the
likes,
people, it's
he
Clarence?
likes he likes driving around in RVs. That's his
A lot
thing with
of
him
folks
and
like
his wife.
He,
That's all
Debate
I'm
queen.
saying. That's the
Debate
only
queen.
person. That's the
I'm gonna
only
need you
person I
to.
know who likes to do that shit. Okay, so
I'm gonna need you to not
I'm
know
sorry. And I'm
Justice
not
Clarence Thomas
sorry.
likes RVs. I'm gonna need you to not know that.
It's like
Everybody knows that. Have none of y'all watched
No
John
one knows
Oliver?
that.
No.
Have
People
none
know
of
that
y'all
because
watched
that
John
came out in
Oliver?
his corrupt. Like when we were talking about his corruption, that I believe like that billionaire might have bought him that RV. If
Oh
I'm
yeah,
remembering
that's
correctly.
right. That's right. That
I think
too.
that's how that came out to light. But
I'm gonna need you
still,
to not know it either, Prime. That doesn't make it better because two of y'all motherfuckers know it.
DQ. I also wouldn't say that if I discovered that you're a big fan of painting, I'm like, oh, Adolf. Yeah, I hear you up here. Like,
Wait, what? I didn't hear you. What
said-
did you say?
I wouldn't call you Adolf. If I discovered
If
you
you
love
found
painting.
it,
That's
we
a
said you
little
like painting.
too far. That's
Oh,
a
that's
little
too far. Okay, but
that's
you call this
too
you call
fucking
a black
far.
man Clarence Thomas,
Yeah,
but
because
okay.
we don't know if he's. Listen, no one is as bad right now as Adolf, right? He did all the shit that Thomas.
We
I can name a
understand.
few.
Clarence
I can name a
Thomas
few.
ain't fucking Adolf. There's no equivalence. You can't put them in the same
Okay.
sentence. Okay.
I mean, no, I'm joking.
All right. Anyway, Gambit. Thanks you for all being here, and always with the kind support, man. It's always been a real one. It was great to have you here. Like no one walks a person down like a logic tree like you do. Like honestly, it's something to behold. It's unfortunate when you're on the other side of that too. It can be rough. I've heard from some people. I mean, I've never done it, but
Exactly. Yeah, no, man. I'm happy to be here, man. I had some time, we didn't even have a topic, but Trump gave us a topic, so we appreciate you, Donald Trump.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think me and Pace have never been like.
Yeah.
Me and Pace have never been like against each other, and I wasn't against you today, Pace. One thing I will say, I am very fine with people having different opinions and coming to different conclusions. But I don't like when it seems like we're avoiding the facts. And that's the only reason why I was trying to, chase you down on something the other day. So we still good. You still the bro. But
absolutely.
yeah, this was fun.
That's how debates are supposed to be.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that we're all different. I'm usually probably on the more conservative side of things here, but that's the thing I like about this setting. I used to go on Politically Provoked all the time. I stopped going because Brittany started becoming more and more overtly racist with how she had her black guest on the show. Um, but you couldn't have this type of conversation with difference of views. I mean, we have our screaming matches, especially when our boy Fanatic is on here. But we have our screaming matches here. But we can have conversations. And then after the end of the show, we can just cut off politics and have good conversation after that. These other groups, I'm in so many different political groups. You can't even say certain words, or you get kicked out of the group, get banned and reported to Facebook and all types of stuff. Like I'm in one group where I don't use the TDS term, but there are guys in there that use Trump Ranger syndrome as an insult to throw around. If you even type TDS, it gets blacklisted from the Facebook group, and you get banned as a result of that.
Sounds like a bunch of snowflakes.
I'm glad that we have a space where we can disagree but still be cordial.
Cool.
Yeah. Let's send you off to support our friend Debate Queen. Let's raid Debate Queen.
Raid? No. Raid.
Oh, I already hit the button. So but they're coming your way any which way.
Thank you. No, it's fine. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Don't bother with any type of rape things on me, because I don't understand how Twitch works.
Yeah, I'm streaming. I'm probably gonna